有请各位贵宾就座，我们的审查会议开幕仪式要正式开始了。Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats right now? The opening ceremony will begin soon. Thank you so much. 有请各位贵宾呢，现在就可以就座了，谢谢您。各位贵宾，我们现在呢就请您就座。等一下呢，我们的开幕仪式就要正式开始了。谢谢 ，Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats right now. We are about to begin. Thank you so much. 另外呢，我们也提醒各位贵宾，请记得将您的手机转为震动和静音。另外配合防疫，要请各位贵宾呢今天全程佩戴口罩。非常谢谢您的配合 ，and also kindly turn your mobile phones into vibration or silence mode, and please make sure that you have your mask on at all times. Thank you so much. 贵宾不好意思啊，请您就座了。我们的开幕仪式即将正式开始，谢谢。各位贵宾，让我们欢迎行政院苏贞昌院长莅临会场。Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Premier Su Zhenchang. 各位贵宾，大家早安。那我们活动一开始呢，想要先请我们的大会摄影师到这个前方哦，帮今天所有与会的贵宾一起拍一张大合照。To kick off the opening ceremony today, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to do a group photo, and you can see our photographers in the very front right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please look at the cameras in front of you. 大家请看向我们前方大会摄影师的镜头，一起合照。Okay? Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's do one more. 3, 2, 1. 好，谢谢我们前方的大会摄影师，谢谢，非常谢谢院长、主委、政委以及团长、委员，今天所有与会的贵宾以及线上同步参与的好朋友们，大家早安，欢迎参加《公民与政治权利国际公约》以及《经济社会文化权利国际公约》两公约第3次国家报告国际审查会议的开幕仪式。Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the opening ceremony for the ROC's third report under the International Covenant on political and also civil rights, and also under the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. 那我们首先呢，要非常谢谢所有我们国际审查委员会的委员们远道而来哦，莅临给我们指导。我们先给国际审查委员们一个热烈的掌声。Thank you, firstly, to all the members of the International Review Committees for traveling long distances to Taiwan. 那当然也要非常谢谢我们今天所有与会的政府机关以及非政府组织的代表们一同来与会。那接下来呢，我们首先介绍贵宾哦。那等一下介绍到这个国际审查委员会的时候，我们会请这个我们委员会的这个主席来介绍我们的委员。Next, I'm going to introduce our distinguished guests. When it's turn to introduce the members of the review committee, I will be hand the floor to Mr. Ib Riddle. Yes. And before that, we'd like to introduce our local distinguished guests first. 首先呢，我们先欢迎苏贞昌院长莅临今天的开幕仪式。Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Premier Su Zhenchang. Thank you so much for coming. 今天来到现场的，我们也非常欢迎监察院国家人权委员会陈菊主任委员，欢迎陈菊 ，Chair of National Human Rights Commission ROC Taiwan. Thank you so much for coming. 罗秉成政务委员，罗秉成 Minister without Portfolio ROC Taiwan. 以及政府机关代表团的团长法务部蔡清祥部长，欢迎 ，and also 蔡清祥 Head of Delegation of the ROC Taiwan Government and Minister of Justice. Next, to introduce the members of the International Review Committees, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Ib Riddle. Let's welcome him. 接下来呢，我们有请经社文公约审查委员会的主席 Professor Ib Riddle 来帮我们介绍我们所有的委员们。Yes.
Your Excellencies, distinguished members of Parliament, and welcome to all of you on behalf of the International Review Committee. We are meeting for the third time after 2013 and 2017. We are meeting here, and we are all very happy to be here because it wasn't sure until very, very late, and after 3 postponements of our meetings that we could come here in a diplomatic bubble, which we could not have done. We could not have come under these difficult COVID times, and I will not mention that word again today. We are deeply grateful, particularly to the Ministry of Justice for the wonderful help that they have given us throughout when we had all sorts of questions. And I would single out, if you allow, Minister, to praise in particular Heather Chu, who, as a mother with 2 very small children, has not decided to do the parental leave, but to really delve into it and ready to help us. Even late in the evening, she's there and always remaining cool and helpful. So thank you, Heather, for the work you're doing for the committee, without which we could not do our work properly. I will not say anything on substance because this morning is the introduction and it is for the government to make a presentation. But please let me say again, I think this is a unique opportunity. The importance that your government is giving to human rights is remarkable, and you need to be praised. Of course, in the course of these three days discussion, there will be quite a few issues where we will be quite critical and ask questions, but you have asked us to do that, which I think is very, very good. And the only reason why I speak first is I am very happy to see my dear friend and colleague Manfred Nowak, who has just come, and we heard that his second test was negative as well. Congratulations to be here. I said, Manfred, will you not take over the chair? But he insists that I should do it today. So thank you very much for this. And Manfred, you wanted to say one word? Oh, you can do that afterwards. Okay, thank you. Mr. Minister, I'll give you the chance so that you can introduce. And we have the Master of Ceremonies who will take over again, okay?
Thank you so much. Thank you once again to Professor Riddle. 非常谢谢。这边呢是再次的一一的介绍一下我们国际审查委员会的委员们。Next, I'm going to go around the room introducing the members of the international review committees. Firstly, we have Professor Manfred Nowak, Chairman of the International Review Committee, ICCPR 公正公约审查委员会的主席。Please stand up. Thank you so much. And once again, Professor Ib Riddle, Chairman of the International Review Committee, ICESCR 经社文公约审查委员会的主席。Professor Riddle, please also stand up. And also the members of the review committees 以及我们两公约审查委员会的其他委员们。Madam Shanti Darian from Malaysia 来自于马来西亚的 Darian 委员。Professor Virginia Bonoa Dandang from the Philippines 来自于菲律宾的 Bonoa Dandang 委员。Judge Pierre Lorenzen from Denmark 来自于丹麦的 Lorenzen 委员。Professor Hei Su-shin from Korea 来自于韩国的 Hei Su-shin 委员。Thank you so much for coming. Professor William Anthony Shabas from Canada 来自于加拿大的 Shabas 委员。Miss Rosalind Runan from New Zealand 来自于纽西兰的 Runan 委员在后面，欢迎。And Miss Rukad Sambolingi from Indonesia 来自于印尼的 Sambolingi 委员。Thank you so much for coming. And also for the opening ceremony today, we'd also like to thank the ambassadors and representatives of foreign embassies and offices here in Taiwan. 在这边呢，我们要非常谢谢国外驻台的大使以及使节以及代表，今天也有多位来到现场。Please stand up. Thank you so much for coming. 谢谢。Thank you so much for coming. 好，那接下来呢，我们开幕典礼的一开始，首先就要有请我们政府机关代表团的团长，法务部蔡清祥部长到台前来，欢迎所有的贵宾。Ladies and gentlemen, now for the opening remark, please welcome Tsai Ching-siang, Head of Delegation of the ROC Taiwan Government and Minister of Justice. 我们掌声欢迎团长。
行政院
Premier Su of the Executive Yuan, President Chen of the Control Yuan, also Chair Chen of the NHRC, distinguished members of the International Review Committee, representatives from government agencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are gathered here today for the International Review meeting of the ROC's third state report on the ICCPR and ICESCR. I'm glad to have the opportunity of meeting friends from home and abroad that are concerned about Taiwan's progress in human rights protection. First of all, I'd like to extend my utmost appreciation to members of the International Review Committee for overcoming so many difficulties and coming all the way to Taiwan to help with the review. They have had to endure the inconveniences arising from our measures to contain the virus. In spite of the risks, they have been determined to make the trip and joining us here. We are much touched. And my thanks also go to Chair Chen for her presence here on behalf of the National Human Rights Commission. When the commission was first established, it has been determined to oversee the protection of human rights in Taiwan from an impartial perspective. I'm sure Chair Chen is here to present a very independent and objective parallel report. Of course, NGOs are also here to attend the review meeting. NGOs play a critical role helping the International Review Committee members better understand how the two covenants have been implemented on the ground. We are grateful to the NGOs' contribution and input. I hope that the review meeting will serve as a platform to facilitate constructive communication between the public and private sectors. Of course, my thanks also go to foreign diplomats in Taiwan, international human rights organizations, and news media from around the world for your interest and attention. My country is not a member state of the United Nations, but we are committed to fulfilling our obligations under the two covenants. And we are happy to share our experience with other countries in an effort to promote positive exchange of human rights development. So I welcome our foreign friends here. My ministry is tasked to assist the Executive Yuan's Human Rights Promotion Task Force. And my ministry is also responsible for organizing the review meeting. Starting today, there will be 3 days when government agencies, NGOs, explain to the International Review Committee members how the two covenants have been implemented in my country. I'm sure through concerted efforts, we will help the reviewers better understand the situation here. And we also look forward to tapping into their experience in participating in UN's human rights affairs so that we can further improve our performance in this regard. In attendance of the meeting are people, experts, scholars in the field of human rights protection. It is my belief that the review meeting will be successful through your participation and contribution. I know that the committee will follow the UN guidelines in preparing concluding observations and recommendations, which will help us set our milestone objectives down the road. Once again, I would like to thank government agencies, NGOs, and reviewers for your assistance. Last but not least, I wish the review meeting a great success, and I wish you good health and happiness.
So much to Minister Tsai Ching-hsiang. Thank you so much. 接下来呢，我们要有请监察院国家人权委员会陈菊主任委员为我们致辞，我们掌声欢迎陈菊主委。Next, we'd like to welcome Chen Ju, Chair of National Human Rights Commission, ROC Taiwan.
Thank you. Premier Su, Minister Lo with a portfolio, Minister Tsai, distinguished members of the International Review Committee, ambassadors, representatives of embassies in Taiwan, and dear friends from NGOs, civil society, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting us from the National Human Rights Commission to attend the International Review meeting of the ROC's third state report on the two covenants. I think this says how much we value the process and the international review. I'm very pleased. My commission was first established in 2020, and this is our first time to attend the International Review meeting since our establishment. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you that after the martial law for 38 years in Taiwan, Taiwan has undergone a tremendous progress of democratization. As we aim to become more liberal, democratic, along with other countries of the world, I am honored to be the chair of the commission, and I have taken part in Taiwan's democratization process over the past decades. I feel a great sense of responsibility and duty to help Taiwan better protect human rights. I think every person on this island must work together to realize the universal value of human rights. In 1997, more than 20 years ago, many civil groups already called upon government to set up a similar institution. So in 2019, for the first time, Taiwan incorporated the two covenants into its domestic law. So in 2020, we set up the Human Rights Consultative Committee under the Presidential Office. And of course, a lot of discussions, debate have taken place before finally, in 2020, we were able to set up the National Human Rights Commission. The commission has been established in accordance with many important international principles on human rights. In 2013, 2017, we already heard concluding observations and recommendations from the International Review Committee as to the importance of setting up an NHRI. So we are very delighted and pleased that we have finally set up the National Human Rights Commission to uphold the value of human rights. We are working in this direction side by side with our international counterparts. Throughout the process, voice from the private sector, civil society has played a critical role. And of course, my thanks especially goes to the International Review Committee in 2013 and 2017 for calling upon the government to set up a national human rights institution that meets the Paris principles. We know that this is an ever-going endeavor. This is an ongoing project. It's a work in progress. There's always room for improvement. My commission is here willing to serve as a platform to bridge the public and the private sectors so that we can work together, communicating with each other, engaging in dialogue, identifying room for improvement. We will continuously to make progress and improvements. I'm grateful to Premier Su for his leadership. Whenever my commission makes recommendations to the Executive Yuan, Premier Su and Minister Lo have been most helpful and willing to make changes. We know that there's been criticism of Taiwan's treatment of migrant workers. In the face of criticism, we are humble, willing to accept and make changes. This year, of course, is very important because in addition to the International Review meeting, we are also going to review our state reports on CRPD, CRC, CEDAW, and ICERD. I think we are going to rely on our international experts' experience in doing a better job. I hope that my commission will be the conscience of Taiwan. We are here to support the most disadvantaged groups in our society, and we will work hand in hand with the civil society to promote human rights realization in Taiwan. Once again, on behalf of the Commission, thank you for your participation.
Chair of National Human Rights Commission Chen Ju。那接下来呢，我们就要有请今天莅临开幕仪式现场的行政院苏贞昌院长，也到台前来为我们致辞。我们掌声欢迎院长。Next, please welcome Premier Su Zhenchang.
Chair Chen from NGOs and Control Yuan, Minister Luo, Minister without portfolio, and Minister Cai, dear International Review Committee members, dear representatives from foreign offices in Taiwan, dear friends from the NGO who attach great importance to human rights, dear friends online and offline, good morning to all of you. Back in 1948, that was 74 years ago, the UN passed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. After 5 decades, 9 international human rights core instruments have been approved and created. ROC Taiwan currently is not a member to the UN. However, we attach equally the same importance to human rights. We commit ourselves to human rights. We, in addition to working on our own, also invite international experts in human rights to come to Taiwan for multiple times to review the state reports. And this is the 3rd international review of ROC Taiwan's state report on ICCPR and ICESCR. On behalf of our government, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all the committee members, especially during the difficult time of pandemic. Thank you for traveling from afar to Taiwan to help review our reports. Thank you so very much, and please accept our warmest welcome. In previous international reviews, many international experts had already proposed their recommendations. They have also recognized and acknowledged our efforts, but of course, there's always room for improvement. The government will always hold ourselves to a better standards when it comes to human rights. Throughout the journey of pursuing human rights, we've done a lot. For example, we created the National Human Rights Commission, and President of Control Yuan, Madame Chen Ju, now serves as the chair of NHRC. Also, as the Executive Yuan, we have created the Human Rights and Transitional Justice Office. Currently, there are 5 important international human rights conventions that have been incorporated into Taiwanese law. We are also the first country in Asia that legalized same-sex marriage. In Taiwan, we focus our efforts on disadvantaged and vulnerable groups. We would like to provide them with assistance. We work hard to eliminate discrimination and inequalities. In our pursuit of economic growth, we understand that human rights are still very important. We want to provide assistance to not only our nationals, but domestic and foreign workers in the fishery industry. Laws and regulations have been created to protect their human rights. The Executive Yuan has already approved human rights protection plans for digital human rights, environmental human rights, and other new forms of human rights. We have plans to provide better protection. Taiwan is dedicated to the protection and fulfillment of human rights because Taiwan, unlike many other countries, which have been democratic for a long history, they have long-time experience of being free democracies, whereas Taiwan, back in 35 years ago, was still under martial law. Democracy, freedom, and human rights for the Taiwanese people are legacies from our previous generations. Our previous generations pursue democracy and freedom at the expense of their blood, of their precious lives. And that's why we cherish human rights. On the other hand, we are facing a force, a neighboring force that has been threatening Taiwan by using military forces. And that is an authoritarian regime. I think that also leads to our appreciation to the human rights that we can enjoy right now. What's more important is that people on this land are determined to fulfill human right protection and respect. We can also see from the speeches by the President-elect and the current President, Ms. Tsai Ing-wen, that human rights are very important values to our heart. Of course, many NGOs have been dedicating themselves in supervising the efforts of the government. It is our pleasure and our honor to work with NGOs and the people of Taiwan. It is because we have the Taiwanese people and the national leader that were able to make some progress. And this party, led by the current president, was created under the very difficult time of martial law. So the current administration understands very clearly how it was like to be repressed and how important human rights are. As I said, we have created the National Human Rights Commission, and the president of Control Yuan, Madame Chen Ju, was invited to be the chair of NHRC. Madame Chen spent her life pursuing human rights, and she used to be a victim because of her pursuit of human rights. She had been sentenced with absolute death sentence in military courts. The sentence was not executed, but it took 6 years of her life in the prison. With her pain and her sacrifice and her past experience, she's now leading us toward better human rights protection. So I would like to pay homage to Madame Chen Ju, chair of NHRC. Thank you very much for leveraging your personal experience in promoting human rights protection in Taiwan. Today, I would also like to extend my appreciation to Minister Luo and Minister Cai and all the staff in our team. Thank you very much for your efforts in preparing for the third review meeting of our reports under the ICCPR and ICESCR. I believe that in the following 3 days, international committee members will provide us with their insights and recommendations. We understand that our efforts must not stop, and we will, based on what we have built, continue to make progress. We believe that the life of Taiwanese people will become better and better. Finally, I wish the review meeting a great success, and I wish all of you health. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Premier Su. We are now going to take a group photo.
We have one more group photo, and for that, 那为此呢，我们要再次有请陈菊主委，掌声欢迎。We'd like to welcome Chen Ju once again. 罗秉成政务委员，政委有请。Minister with the portfolio, Mr. Luo, 蔡清祥部长有请 and also Minister Cai, and also the members of the review committee. 那我们要再次有请 Professor Manfred Novak, please also join us in the front. 我们的公正公约审查委员会的主席 ，please join us in the front. Professor Novak and Professor Ibe Riddle, please also join us in the front. 以及经社文公约审查委员会的主席 Madam Shanti Darium, please also join us in the front. Thank you so much. 邀请来自于马来西亚的我们的审查委员，有请。好，我们慢慢来就可以了，没关系。And Professor Virginia Bonoan Dondon from the Philippines, 来自于菲律宾的审查委员，有请。非常谢谢我们这一次呢，有来自于不同国家的，总共有9位的审查委员呢，一起与第3次国家报告国际审查会议，有请。Please also join us in the front. Thank you so much. And Judge Pierre Lorenzen, please also join us. 以及来自于丹麦的 Pierre Lorenzen 委员，有请。好，我们协助搀扶一下委员。Professor Jesus Shin from Korea, thank you so much for joining us once again this time. Thank you. Professor William Anthony Shabas from Canada. 自于加拿大的 Shavers 委员 ，Ms. Rosalind Brunan from New Zealand， 来自于纽西兰的 Brunan 委员 ，and Ms. Ruka Sambalingi from Indonesia， 以及来自于印尼的 Sambalingi 委员，谢谢。我们希望呢，借助我们国际审查委员们他们的实务经验呢，他们指点，还有可以进步，持续追求人权，变得更好的地方。好 ，OK。All right, ladies and gentlemen, now please look at the camera in front of you. 我们看向前方，先看一下我们大会摄影师的镜头哦。3、2、1 ，3、2、1。院长，试试带领大家比一个赞好吗 ？Thumbs up, everyone. Yes. Okay. 3、2、1. And to your right， 看向右边好吗 ？To your right.To your left， 看向左边 ，and back to the middle， 再回到中间。好，我们顺势再次掌声，谢谢院长以及所有的委员，谢谢。好，谢谢院长莅临中华民国第3次国家报告国际审查会议的开幕仪式，谢谢，也谢谢所有的委员，谢谢政委，谢谢主委。谢谢团长。Thank you so much to all of our distinguished guests. Thank you to Premier Su for attending the opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 5-minute break from now, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. And when we come back, we will move on to the meeting with representatives of the National Human Rights Commission, the Legislative Yuan, and the NGOs. 那各位贵宾，我们稍微短暂休息5分钟，我们休息5分钟，我们稍微换场一下。等一下回来呢是两委员会与监察院、国家人权委员会、立法院以及非政府组织的会议。我们稍微休息一下，5分钟之后回来。We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.分钟，那我们30秒结束之前的30秒呢，我们会响1声铃。那如果响2声的话呢，就要请您结束发言。那虽然说时间很短哦，但是我们为了要让这个国际审查委员能够听得清楚您的意见哦，那我们有同步口译，要请各位贵宾呢也要注意您的语速，不要讲得太快，那尽量要讲得清楚、言简意赅。谢谢。Just a few housekeeping rules before we begin. Each and every NGO can have one representative to presenting his or her ideas for 2 minutes each. Okay? You will hear one ring 30 seconds before you should wrap up. And if you hear 2 rings, please wrap up. Thank you very much. And we have simultaneous interpretation, so please watch your speed. Don't go too fast and try to be as clear as possible. Thank you so much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, let's begin the session. And over to Professor Novak or Professor Riddle, please.
On.
Hello, hello.
Now it is. 1, 2, 3. Yes, it's on. Well, good morning to you. If you haven't already been here, a very, very warm welcome to you. You know, as a former member of the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights and an academic in human rights questions from an academic sphere, to be in front of so many dedicated people who are devoting so much of their time to human rights, voluntary, without payment, and full of motivations, even in face of failed attempts in many instances, but rewarded from time to time by astounding successes. So it is always with great pleasure to welcome NGOs for a dialogue with us. I speak on behalf of all our committee. As I said this morning very, very briefly, the chair is really Manfred Novak, but we weren't sure until the last minute whether he would be here or in the quarantine hotel, and we are so happy that he's with us. But he asked me that I should continue for today's session to chair, so bear with me. Now, we have about 2 hours, and as the Master of Ceremonies so rightly pointed out, each NGO would deserve 2 hours. But we haven't got that time and couldn't do it. So we have these very, very strict rules, just 2 minutes, and someone is going to indicate when your time is up, and then I'm afraid you just have to stop. And the role of the chair is unfortunate. I'm the bad guy to stop you if you exceed the time. The advantage is, the disadvantage is clear. What can one say in 2 minutes? But on the other hand, it forces you to raise the most important point that you wish to make, where you hope that it'll encourage the review committee to take it up in the concluding observations, either in form of a recommendation or in form of a suggestion or or any other way. And if after this meeting you should find that something really important should have been said and wasn't said, as the French say, the esprit d'escalier, which happens to all of us, you just put it down in writing, not more than 1 page, because we have a whole bag full of documents that we have to review, and then we will deal with that and take it into account. Okay? And also, you have, if you can't make that most important point this morning, you can do it also in the following two and a half days when particular articles are being dealt with in both sections, the civil and political rights and the economic, social and cultural rights. We're dealing with 2 covenants, as you know, but don't forget the unifying fact is from 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and I think in the future work in Taiwan, it is really important to raise issues of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, because that Universal Declaration is part of customary international law, except for 1 or 2 articles. So don't forget, when you deal with specific covenant rights which spell out in more detail the individual provisions of the Universal Declaration, then you can deal with that. My time is up, so I give you the floor. Who wants to start on the, should I follow this list? Well, then I call upon Awakening Foundation. Would you like to take the floor? Are they here? No. Okay. Then I call upon the Taiwan Association of Gender and Sexuality Rights Protection.
我们请有在场的NGO 的代表可以发言哦。
Okay, then I call upon, we have someone. Please, you have the floor.
好，我们请用这个座位旁的麦克风。
Okay.
好，2分钟的时间。
I'm from Kaohsiung Parenting Association. According to the ICESCR Article 12, ensure the healthy development of our children. I would like to mention about the resolution made by UN Human Rights Council in June year 2014. It passed a resolution to protect the family, recognizing that the family has the primary responsibility for the nurturing and protection of children, and that children, for the full and harmonious development of their personality, should grow up in a family environment. As for the policy of Taiwan Gender Equity Education Act, their only concern is for the increasing benefit of this group, like homosexuality, sexuality orientation, and transgender identification, but totally ignore the value of traditional family. They only promote homosexual education, teach about homosexual behavior, and sexual liberation. All this will endanger the healthy development of our children physically and mentally, and the value of traditional family. So we suggest that Taiwan government should also promote and strengthen family-centered policy and the family education to fulfill the obligation of the state and society to safeguard traditional family. According to the UN Human Rights Council, the protect family refers to the traditional family. And a traditional family can provide a natural and healthy environment in which children can grow up happily and receive a necessary protection and assistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you also for the written submissions that you have made, which will help us a lot. Next, we have, I just would like to remind you that it's not just Article 12, but also Article 10, family rights, that are involved. But that's just the technical point.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next. Excuse me, I just missed I am the second group, second NGO.
Well, you'll come at the end, I'm afraid. I'll follow the list now, and then I come back to you. Okay?
I'm sorry.
So, the City Parent Association. Please. Yes. Okay, you have the floor. Oh, okay. So you spoke for both. Yes, it's fine, but it means you, in fact, had a little more time, and I realized that you already took up the others. Now then, the Taipei City Loving and Protecting Minors Association.
Here. Hello.
Hello.
So may I start?
Please.
Yeah, my name is Victoria Shi from Taiwan Alliance to Promote Civil Partnership Rights. Taiwan's LGBTQ movement has been considering progress. However, there's a lot more that needs to be improved. Firstly, regarding same-sex marriage, there are still some inequalities that need to be addressed, both in terms of the forms of the legislation and its substance. These instances include transnational same-sex marriages are not fully allowed, and same-sex couples lack their right to co-adopt and are not allowed to leverage artificial reproduction technology in the same way as heterosexual couples can. And a separate special law governs same-sex marriage is itself a form of segregation and discrimination. Secondly, although the Ministry of Health and Welfare published intersex medical guidance suggesting hospitals not to perform unnecessary sex reassignment surgery on intersex children, however, no mechanism exists to ensure its full implementation. In addition, transgender people are still forced to undergo surgery to obtain legal identification in line with their gender identity. Thirdly, for all the LGBTI issues I mentioned, the coordination and cooperation among government departments remains highly inefficient. There is no concrete progress so far. As a result, infringement on the rights of LGBTIQ people persists. We urge the Taiwanese government to demonstrate its political determination and to devote sufficient resources to LGBTIQ-friendly policies that secure our rights in a more holistic manner. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a very small additional question to you. How about adoption rights for single-sex partnerships?
Actually, in Taiwan, according to our same-sex marriage law, it is prohibited for the same-sex spouses to co-adopt a child. You can only adopt your spouse's biological child. But also under Taiwan's law, that a single person without marriage, a single person can adopt a child. So this policy is totally ridiculous and unreasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. I just realized that if I go through the list, the members of the committee will have no chance to ask questions. And while appreciating very much what we are contributing, what you are contributing, I think I should ask our committee members. Who would like to start? Okay, I just hear from committee members they would prefer to hear the short, precise comments from the NGOs directly. Okay, so I'll just continue with the list. Next is the Chinese Association for the Development of Effective Education.
Here. Yeah.
There, thank you. You have the floor.
在台湾
In Taiwan, there's a group of sexual assault offenders who are actually of low risk. However, we have seen a lot of difficulties in rehabilitating these former offenders. Some of these offenders have 80% chances of falling into recidivism. And such former offenders of fracturistic disorder may be at high risk to sexually assault people. According to the existing Sexual Assault Crime Prevention Act, such perpetrators do not apply to the provisions of the Sexual Assault Crime Prevention Act, which requires high-risk offenders to go through tertiary prevention measures. So we believe Such offenders are high risk of recidivism, and it should be mandatory that they receive tertiary prevention measures so that they can be rehabilitated. There will be no more innocent victims. Secondly, the government, in convening international review meetings, government should also consider inviting practitioners in this field, such as psychiatrists, social workers, to join discussions. Because we have seen so many cases of such reoffenders.
Next, we have the Taiwan Land Justice Action Union.
It's here? Yes, sir, he's here. Yes. My name is Rong Xiu. I'm a professor in the National University. I'm also appointed by the government in the second report. I accompany some of you in the presidential office. We joined the banquet several times, and it's very happy to see you come back again. But I would like to say, tell you that the land grabbing issue and the forced eviction issue is very serious. It's not changed at all. Even though when you left in 2017, January 20, the President Tsai Ing-wen, she promised to you that your conclusion and suggestion report, she will follow and respect your report and abide by the human rights covenant. But let me honest to tell you, the government did not do anything for the last 5 years.
Thank you very much.
Not really a pity. Not really a pity.
Thank you.
Okay.
I will now break before I continue with all the other NGOs. We had agreed beforehand that the Control Yuan, the National Human Rights Institution, should have 30 minutes to have speeches, and they have been waiting for quite some time. So I think I should give them the floor right now. And Madam Xi, perhaps you can speak. Again, warmest welcome.
谢谢。谢谢。
Thank you. Thank you very much to all the International Review Committee members. I think at the opening ceremony, we've explained that NHRC in Taiwan was officially launched in August 2020, and I would like to explain to you how NGRC works. There are 10 committee members. There is a chair, vice chair, and 8 other members of the committee. And all of the committee members are from a very diverse field, from indigenous peoples, labor, people with disabilities, women, children, environmental issues, legal affairs, and education. All of these committee members are from different expertises. And the term is 6 years. Our dedicated staff, we have 36 dedicated staff. We have a research division, including making plans for visitation. We have human rights exchanges and human rights education divisions. And our goal is to be fully compliant with Paris principles. NHRC is dedicated. It is also a plural human rights institution. In facing the third review meeting, in order to help the committee members to have better understanding of the human rights situation in Taiwan, NHRC has provided our independent opinions on the reports written by the government. We have pointed out the shortcomings and the strength of the human rights programs in Taiwan. Of course, we would like to see how the human rights programs can be further enhanced based on the recommendations made by the review committee. NHRC will continue to serve as a friendly bridge between the government and the people. After the international experts proposed a list of issues, and NHRC has provided opinions on human rights under COVID-19, on the rights of migrant workers, on the occupational hazard for migrant workers. We've also provided our thoughts on digital human rights, digital privacy, and people from diverse gender populations, qualities and inequalities. These are all our priorities. We believe that we have provided some unique opinions in our independent opinion from NGRC. We hope that these opinions will help the International Review Committee to assist Taiwan stay in compliance with international human rights standards. We have made a 1 year and 8 month mark as of now as an institution. NHRC in Taiwan is relatively young. We are inexperienced compared to our colleagues in other countries. Also, ROC Taiwan is not a member to the UN right now, but we believe that human rights are universal values, and therefore it is very important to incorporate all important human rights instruments into domestic law. So NHRC will also continue to have more dialogues with the people to fulfill the protection of human rights in Taiwan step by step. This is a brief explanation of the function of NHRC. For the rest of the time, I would like to invite my colleague from NHRC maybe to share with you some of their thoughts on human rights. Thank you very much. Thank you all. I'm also from NHRC, and I am Gao Yongchen. I'm the convener for the independent opinions of NHRC. I think we're all friends. Back in 2013, I worked in the private sector in NGO. I think along with you, I joined the first international review.
For the past 10 years, Taiwan has made tremendous progress, including the establishment of the National Human Rights Commission, where I work right now. Also, Taiwan has legalized same-sex marriage. However, our commission still needs to prepare an independent report on the state report. I'm sure we have received the list of issues and you have received our replies. Next, I, along with other members of the commission, will present some summary key points about our report, hoping that you will pay close attention to these points. For my part, I will focus on death penalty, torture, cruel treatment. So in terms of the death penalty, after 2016, we have executed 2 prisoners. So I have to say our record in this regard is not in alignment with your recommendations. We have not been able to perform assessment of the inmates' conditions properly before the execution. We did not inform his family members before the execution either. In your 2013 concluding observations, point 57, you use the word seems. It seems that Taiwan does not provide sufficient support for the grant of pardons for inmates. But the MOJ thinks differently. That is why in the state report, the MOJ says that there is still sufficient room for discretion when it comes to pardons. When the MOJ proposes to the president for giving pardons, it's up to the president. So we would like to ask Mr. Novak, so which provision we should follow when asking for pardons? If there is no specific provisions in place, it seems that the executive branch seems to have unlimited discretion over the issue. So that's one thing we would like to seek your advice. Secondly, there's still room for improvement in the custody situation or detention conditions in Taiwan. As for the MPM, Taiwan's Executive Yuan has submitted the draft Implementation Act of CAT to the Parliament. As for judicial compensation, if indeed there is evidence of torture or forced confession, I think the provisions and regulations in Taiwan are still inadequate. Right now, we do not provide sufficient interpretation services for migrant workers or foreign suspects. Compensation for victims of sexual assault. The MOJ said that there's no data available, but we believe technically this is doable. We don't understand why the data cannot be gathered and disaggregated. Without data, we cannot monitor the human rights protection performance. In addition, in the criminal procedure code, the Code of Criminal Procedure, we do not support that treatment must be provided for suspects or criminals of mental disorders before they can stand trial. So that's room for improvement. I'll give the floor to Ms. Ye. Thank you. I'm Ye Dahua. I attended the 2 international review meetings too.
It is now 11:05. If we could, we had early this morning, we had a long discussion, the kind of question we want to ask you, whether you think it should be governed. So then I have devoted 15 minutes of the 30 to committee members to comment of what you are saying here, because this is such a rare occasion at the beginning of the dialogue. So, of course, I let you speak, but try and shorten it so that there is sufficient time for our questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I'll try to be concise. 3 points. First, in the previous review meeting, there's question about the bullying in correctional institutions for juveniles. And I prepared an investigation report last year. It seems that since 2019, the Executive Yuan has devoted a lot of funding and staff to such correctional institutions. However, the correctional agency fails to prioritize this issue. As a result, there's still a lot of fighting, bullying in such correctional institutions. This also says that the staff members working in those institutions are not properly trained. As a result, juveniles at those institutions have their rights infringed and violated. We know that the MOJ is working on new legislations to address this issue, and we at the Commission will see to that the new legislation will follow the principles of the two covenants when it comes to rehabilitation of juveniles, delinquent juveniles. So that's the first issue. Secondly, I think Mr. Gao as well as NGOs mentioned, after the Judicial Yuan interpretation number 748 was passed legalizing same-sex marriage. However, cross-border same-sex marriage is not covered. So about more than 400 couples of same-sex partners were not able to have their marriage registered here in Taiwan. For example, if a partner is in Austria, one in Italy, it seems that their marriage is still not recognized in their countries. As a result, they cannot register their marital status here in Taiwan. Therefore, we know that we are looking into revising relevant laws. Before the relevant laws have been amended, I think we should loosen the registration rules. Another issue is about intersex, especially intersex children. Intersex children, probably because of the rules and laws as well as parents' mindset, intersex children do not need to register their gender until they come of age. We have formulated guidelines for medical institutions to follow when it comes to sex reassignment surgery. It's not necessary that the intersex people must be sterilized so as to determine their sex on their ID cards. The Ministry of the Interior has also made recommendations about changing sex on the ID card rules, and we advise the ministry to take into account feedback and input from these groups. Last September, Taiwan High Court also ruled that there's no need to ask for sex-affirming surgery before one can change one's sex on the ID card.
Thank you very much for these very cogent points that we are. I have already 7 key questions that the Control Yuan and the committee are suggesting to us, and I can assure you that we will go very carefully, also in the following days, when the specific articles of the covenants are being discussed. Any other points from your side?
Here.
Yes, please.
好
You have another 5 minutes altogether.
Yes. OK. 我要报告
I would like to talk about fishers' rights and domestic workers' rights. Lastly, I will talk about the migrant workers' rights under COVID-19. First, on fishers' rights, the Control Yuan initiated a few investigations, and we found that on FOC vessels, fishers would not be able to receive their salary. They have to work overtime. They may be abused. The Control Yuan already issued a request for correction. Our commission also works with other ministries. We set up a platform to focus on the rights of fishers, including the access to help. So we have a fisherman's action plan. However, we noticed that still they are underpaid. Right now, their pay, hourly pay, is still about 450 to 500 NT. And Midas, this is the name of a vessel that was stranded for some time, and their crew members were abused. They were not fed properly. They were told to keep an eye on the cargo on the ship while the ship was still stranded. However, at the end, they still had a hard time getting their pay back. So this is a cargo ship. Usually, we do not associate the cargo ship with human trafficking risks. But in the future, we are going to include them on our watch list for potential human trafficking issues. As for domestic workers, especially for domestic migrant caregivers, whether or not they can change employers, we conducted an investigation and a survey trying to hear firsthand from domestic workers.
And I want to focus on the right to give birth for female migrant workers. And in fact, like 15,000 of the female migrant workers receive birth benefits, and many of them have left Taiwan, and 8,000 of them left Taiwan after their contract was terminated. So when they become pregnant in Taiwan, most of them ended up with terminated contract. So in the past, maybe 40% of the pregnant migrant workers needed to leave the country. Now it's 60%. So indeed, there are benefits to pregnant migrant workers, but it seems that such policies are not really carried out. Okay, I'll be really quick on COVID-19. Miaoli County government forbid migrant workers to leave their residence. I think it violates their liberty, and we will continue to supervise this event. Thank you.
More, and you could go through both covenants, the problems that we have to identify as such. But thank you very much indeed for giving this. I think we now have 15 minutes of question time from committee members. I think, Rosalind, you would like to...
Please use the microphone when you speak. Thank you very much.
I would like to give the floor first to Rosalind Noonan and then to Virginia Danta. and then to Manfred Novak.
Thank you.
And sorry, can I please remind you that we're not going into a debate on these things, but just on the issues. Okay.
Yeah. So thank you very much for the very valuable contribution you've made in writing and now orally as well, highlighting critical issues. But the question that I have following discussion with our colleagues is, Madam Chair, can you explain how the independence of the National Human Rights Commission is protected and how it operates to demonstrate that independence?
Maybe I think we should give you the floor. I think we should give you the floor immediately before.
谢谢。国家人
Thank you very much for your question. All of the committee members of the commissioners of NHRC can investigate without any interference from any executive branches of the government. When our commissioners conduct investigation, I think they follow the resolution of the Commission, and the result of the investigation will be respected by the NHRC. If we need to communicate the result to the executive branch, then NHRC serves as a bridge to communicate these observations. Because commissioners of NHRC are different from the members of Control Yuan, commissioners have to be friendly communicators. So we want to ensure that when our commissioners conduct their investigation and to exercise their powers, their independence is fully respected. Thank you.
Very briefly, because I have many people who want to speak.
Yeah, this is to clarify, because I think one of the concerns that's been raised has been to what extent can other members of the Control Yuan, who are not appointed as members of the National Human Rights Commission, override the decisions of the National Human Rights Commission.
Madam Chair, what you
不会
just
No, that won't happen, because for non-commissioner member of the Control Yuan, like each year, 2 of them will be selected to become commissioners. So they have equal standing. Commissioners and members of Control Yuan have equal standing. Every commissioner of NHRC also serve as a Control Yuan member, so they have equal standing. So it is impossible for non-commissioner member of the Control Yuan to have overriding influence or power over the commissioners. They have equal standing. Thank you very much. That's our standing.
Virginia Dandan and then Manfred Novak.
Thank you. I'm also going to address my question to the Human Rights Commission. I know that you have given us plenty of materials, and I'd like, in behalf of everyone here, to say thank you for going through all that trouble. But something really bothers me, that every time I ask about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, I don't get a satisfactory answer. And I would just like to ask you, Madam, if there is enough time being, enough attention being paid to, number one, the principles and the values of human rights, which is really the basis of the declaration. That's why we're here, because we're going through how far we have gone, as close as possible to what we know to be a Declaration of Human Rights. I would like to know, what is the role of the Universal Declaration in the scheme of things? What is the role in human rights education, for example, of the Universal Declaration and the values that are embedded there? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think before you answer that, I think I'll give the floor to Manfred. Otherwise, lots of questions, and then you can answer them together. Okay, Manfred.
Thank you. Yeah, I think now it works. Since I'm speaking for the first time, I would also like to say words of welcome. I'm very, very happy that we are back again here, and many thanks to all the different sources of information, from the government to the non-governmental organizations, and of course the National Human Rights Commission. And I would say particularly congratulations to you, Madam Chu Jen, for having been elected as the president of both the Control Yuan, but for us important, the National Human Rights Commission. So we need your assistance, and I would say we are now with the third periodic report, and I would really, my main aim is that now with the third periodic report we are trying to really tackle some of the unresolved issues. I'm very conscious that there was a lot of progress. The establishment of the National Human Rights Commission is one important progress, but there are also certain really outstanding issues that I really hope, if we are successful in assisting the government to implement human rights in the two covenants and to become one of the leading human rights countries in the Asia-Pacific region, then certain issues must be solved. And the two questions that you put to me are at the heart of that. That is the death penalty, which I think is really, as long as Taiwan has not abolished the death penalty, it cannot be a human rights leader. This is a major problem in the country. And you were asking the question about pardon and commutation. I mean, Article 6.4 of the Covenant clearly says, anyone sentenced to death shall have the right to seek pardon or commutation of the sentence. Amnesty, pardon, or commutations of the sentence of death may be granted in all cases. And I think that we have to distinguish. If there are people who have been on death row already for more than 30 years, I think we are no longer talking about commutation. Okay. Even in particular, if these persons, if there's strong evidence that the confession was extracted by torture. So I think the only way in this case is, and that is the prerogative of the president of Taiwan, to actually issue a pardon. I think I really hope that the National Human Rights Commission will assist us also in trying to solve that. In other cases, the commutation might be the better solution. But I think the first we need a moratorium, that these people are no longer executed, and then we see what is actually happening. No, I'm sorry. That was the second question directly addressed to me, and I want to answer the question. And that is what you said about torture. Torture is still ongoing, and that is why there are three issues that I would like to say. The first is that the Convention Against Torture has not yet been officially recognized by the government of Taiwan, and I think that is something that we, from the very beginning, said that needs to be done. Secondly, there is no crime of torture in the criminal code of Taiwan, and I think it's again important that there's a specific crime of torture, taking into account the seriousness of that. And the third and the most important is there is no independent investigation of torture allegations. We need a real, what I call a police. That means an independent investigation body in relation to all allegations of torture. And again, I'm really looking forward to discuss that in more detail, but also to have your assistance and your support in trying to really make a major change in this respect. Sorry for being A little bit longer.
I'll take one more from the committee, and that is Hei Su-shin.
Thank you, Chair. And Madam Chen, I was very impressed when you said that the National Human Rights Commission of Taiwan will remain as a conscience of Taiwan at the opening ceremony, what you said. I was commissioner once in Korea of National Human Rights Commission for 3 years, so commission is very dear to me. I have two questions. So far, it's almost 2 years now, yeah, since your establishment. So in August, that'll be 2 years. And what are the groups that have filed complaints the most? You know, migrants, women, or indigenous, etc. So can you give us some picture of who who filed the complaints? And then my second question is, after investigation or after your policy recommendation, what has been the implementation rate by the government after you issue your recommendation or decisions? How is it accepted by the government, Executive Yuan, etc.? So those are two questions. Thank you.
I'm in a difficulty because everybody wants to speak. I'm not. We've already exceeded the time for this fourth thing, but I will allow Shanti to very brief question, and then Madam Chen, if you could then try and answer in a couple of minutes, because we still need an hour's discussion with the NGOs. Okay, and there's also the possibility after the meeting before lunch, perhaps to do it in private. Okay, thank you very much. It's very kind of you. And Madam Chair, you have the floor. If you want to respond to the...
Thank you very much for the questions raised by the International Review Committee. First of all, we have been in operation for 1 year and 8 months. And as I said in the beginning, Taiwan underwent 30 years of martial law, and the democratization process of Taiwan had been very challenging. Therefore, for a long time, people in Taiwan were not aware of what human rights were. After years of efforts, we're able to have what we have right now. So NGOs have made repeated calls in the past 2 decades. There were diverse opinions in the past 20 years, and finally we're able to see an institution. So human rights education, we believe, is critical. And internally, we have done a survey. How many people in Taiwan are aware of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights? Well, it's actually less than 30%. So we were very surprised by the number. So following the 4 phases of human rights education proposed by the UN, we believe that in schools, in every place, we need to enhance human rights education so that society of Taiwan understand that there is this one universal principle or declaration that can apply internationally, and we are working toward this goal.
We also mentioned that currently in Taiwan, our commission has received complaints. So far, well, I think this is an issue including President Tsai Ing-wen and our commission have to confront. That is people's trust in the judicial system. It seems that people have strong distrust in the judicial system. People do not equate the judicial system with justice. And I think that's an issue Premier Su has to confront and address along with his team. We see a lot of complaints against the prison system, the judicial system. About 60% of the people involved in the judicial system feel they are not being treated fairly. Moreover, please allow me a minute. As for the indigenous peoples in Taiwan, for a long time, indigenous peoples in Taiwan are not treated fairly. In fact, for almost 20 years, the awareness of the indigenous people has been strengthened because of the efforts made by NGOs and civil society, including recognizing the name of the people. Actually, the process is very difficult. It takes different stages of efforts to see what we have today. However, even today, indigenous people still face issues in relation to land ownership and social discrimination. Of course, I think this is a common dilemma faced by every country and territory where there is indigenous people in Canada, Australia. I think there are many lessons we can learn from other countries. On death penalty, perhaps Commissioner Gao can provide additional opinion. Again, Taiwanese people, generally speaking, do not have consensus on death penalty. Under such circumstances, we try to reduce executions of death penalty. So more education is needed for the general public. President Tsai Ing-wen, as well as many human rights activists, all support the abolition of death penalty. But I think it is important that we forge consensus in society before we can proceed. At least we don't want to see social divide on this issue before we can proceed with the promotion of abolishing death penalty. And then President Tsai will be able to make a very clear decision. However, the executive branch will have to work together for certain types of crime. The Control Yuan is also actively conducting investigations. So there are some controversial cases.
I'll ask Heather to check that we can extend this for 15 minutes here, because I will not get through the NGOs otherwise. So while that is being cleared, I give you the floor.
Okay.
Very briefly.
Well, I think Chair Chen just mentioned the commission is under the Control Yuan, or they are on par with the Control Yuan. the Control Yuan has helped rectified a lot of wrongdoings in the judicial system. So I think either the Control Yuan or the Commission can make contributions in this regard. As for death penalty, Mr. Novak mentioned, well, actually, I would like to remind you of point 48 in our state report. And Mr. Novak said that maybe we can address some outstanding issues, including issues raised by NGOs and government. That is, according to Article 6 of ICCPR, the right to give pardons. But in point 48 of our state report, you can see we don't yet consider it a right of the inmate. Rather, it's a prerogative. Therefore, even when a request is made to the president for pardon, you still have to wait for a very clear decision from the president before you can do anything. So here's how it goes. First of all, there will be a phone call made to the presidential office. How do you respond to the request for a pardon? Usually, the staff at the presidential office would say, we have not heard that the president is going to make a decision on that request for pardon. Then the MOJ making the phone call, the MOJ staff making the phone call would assume that the request is not accepted. But we think the procedure is not correct. It is not in line with the spirit of the ICCPR, because this gives the president unlimited power as to whether a pardon will be given. On point 48 in the state report, the Pardon Act should have very clear procedure requirements. So, for example, in the case of Qiu Heshun, even for the Asian human rights court simulation, also agreed that he has spent so many years under detention. He should be pardoned. However, it seems that the request is being studied or under study for a long time. The MOJ, as part of the executive branch, cannot override any decisions by the president. So that's some controversy I would like to bring to your attention.
Indeed. With this, I have to close this part of the section to get back to the NGOs. But let me express a word of thanks on behalf of the entire committee. First of all, for the replies to the list of issues, the first one. The members of the Economic, Social and Cultural Rights group were very unhappy with that. Because there was much too little on the issues on economic, social and cultural rights. But in your replies to the second list of issues, you really made up for that. And it's very, very good. And I noted down 12 issues this morning that you so kindly presented to us. And 10 of the 12 things were economic, social, and primarily economic, social, and cultural rights, but also affecting the things. So this will help our thing, and we will discuss further what can go into the concluding observations and what kind of recommendations we are going to make. Also, the role in our process the next time, a special place needs to be organized for the National Human Rights Commission as a regular separate intervener for this. Thank you once again. And, sorry? What would you like to say?
We've got two more issues, include the indigenous people issue. Could you give me 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. 有关于原住民议题，我很
On behalf of indigenous group, I would like to present two indigenous issues. I'm from the Amis group from Eastern Taiwan, and I'll be very brief here. Well, there are many issues facing the indigenous peoples in Taiwan under the state system. So I think I want to focus on the right to housing and employment and probably nuclear waste storage if I have time. But I have to point out that before we talk about human rights, it is important to know that Western societies focus on individual rights. The Han Chinese people societies focus on the family, and the indigenous culture focuses on community. So to talk about human rights for indigenous peoples, of course, individual rights are important, but we need to recognize that community rights or collective rights are really important for indigenous peoples. And let me use 1 minute to talk about indigenous land and employment. Well, land is for indigenous people is the promised land from God, and therefore indigenous people should be allowed to freely use our land. And indigenous people should have the right to return to their traditional territory, except in cases of immediate or obvious danger. Otherwise, the government should not force the removal of indigenous people. The Morocco related, which is a typhoon, and after the reconstruction of the area, indigenous people were still not allowed to return to their land. Second, unemployment. Indigenous peoples, when it comes to employment, they do not have enough opportunities to teach in colleges, secondary schools, military or police agencies. And in indigenous area, in mountainous area or in a flat land, account for 53% of overall land of Taiwan. And so I think employment for indigenous people should consider that that percentage of the land. And on nuclear waste, nuclear waste was sent to the Lanyu island, and some indigenous people on the island therefore had leukemia because of the waste. I think that's something the government really need to rectify.
And this ties in very nicely. I will now continue with the list that I have on the NGOs, and that the next one is the Pink Ties Anti-Forced Eviction Self-Rescuers.
Mr. Chair, here? Yeah, I'm
please.
Sorry. Because I was interrupted. I did not use up my time. Can you give me 20 more minutes? Or 20 more seconds? Yeah, please, because I was interrupted. I did not use up my time for 2 minutes. It's only 2 minutes. So may I ask for 20 seconds more? Yes. Yeah, please.
The reason for that, we discussed that very carefully.
Okay.
Since it is the very first time that the National Human Rights Commission was there. And you probably saw that I tried to reduce it as much as possible.
It's quite difficult, I know.
We can't do it. I mean, if we continued at the rate that you are suggesting, we would be sitting here until next week. You see?
I see.
So we have to, but you have a very good point. So I give you the floor just for two minutes.
Yes, just as Professor Novak just mentioned, I would like to remind you, please take very care about the second review, the conclusion report from your commission, especially for the ICESCR, about the chair just mentioned about economic, cultural, and social right, especially about the point 37 to point 45. Okay, please. We beg for your help. We beg for your help, please, about the land right and housing right. Please, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your urgent plea to regard that question as one of the key points on which the committee should concentrate. So I now give the floor to the Buddhist Association. No, sorry, the Pink Ties Anti-Forced Eviction Self-Rescue Association.
我来自屏东铁路高架。
I'm from Pingdong area, and the railway construction started in the area we live. The Ministry of Transportation took away our land under the name of urban planning. They said they want to expand the road. Then they took away our land to use as public land, and the public land is used for commercial use. And we live there. Our life was there. We did business there. Our foundation is there. My family is there. Just because the road needed to be expanded, our land was taken away. We were forced away. Our houses were demolished in a forcible way. They came in during midnights. We were so scared. They came to our house at 3 to 5 a.m. in the morning. We were scared. There were officials coming with money, with men in black. We were full of fear. We lived there for 80 years and more. I think this is a civilized society. We want the space to live, to survive. We want the attention from the government. What we want is to reserve our housing and our land. Without a house, it's like there's no more hope in our life. It is a dead end for our life. We hope that SCCPR and ICACR can give us more hopes. Stop taking away our land. Stop force us away from our own houses. Thank you.
I like the pictures, by the way, but they're not normally the practice. But thank you for your devotion, your enthusiasm, and your persistence in this key issues of high concerns. Next on my list is the Buddhist Association of the Republic of China, ROC. Is someone there? That's not the case. So, is there someone from the group? Okay, I give you the floor.
我是中国佛教会。
I'm from ROC, and this is the first time for a religious group to be part of the review meeting. To all the committee members and to all the scholars in Taiwan, I want to say that religious groups are disadvantaged groups in Taiwan. Many society members only see mega constructions by a few of religious groups, and the society or some people in the society think that's how wealthy religious groups are. However, I want to point out that in the 30-year democratization process of Taiwan, the monarchy system still remains. People surrender to the states. Religions also surrender themselves to the states. I think from earlier reports, we know that it seems the governments believe that they are the supreme power, and it can be seen everywhere. For example, in the land policy in Taiwan, religions can only use a certain percentage of land in Taiwan. However, if we look at the policies in Japan, they understand that religions require land. Land is the promised land from the God. Without the freedom of using land, I think religious human rights are constrained. This is very much a cultural issue and religious issue. In the West, it seems that religions used to be the leading force, but it seems that in the Chinese history, the monarchs or the governments are leading everything. It seems that religions for a long time are disadvantaged, and the media doesn't understand religions very well. They think many issues are a religion's own mistakes. And religious education is excluded from the national education system. So it seems that people in Taiwan are not able to correctly understand the meaning of religions and the human rights in religions. And as Madame Chen Ju said earlier, human rights in Taiwan are still quite weak, and religious human rights are the weakest among all.
We had agreed on 2 minutes. And
OK， 那我最后这个 OK。
Okay, thank you very much. There is the possibility for you to, on one page, make a written presentation and give it to any committee member. Okay. I made a mistake. I'm getting very old, you see. I made a mistake. I thought I had called the Taiwan Education Association, but several people pointed out, including the Secretariat, that I hadn't. So with due apologies, would the Taiwan Education Association next speak?
好，那我最后做个结论就是。
Okay, let me conclude.
对不起，对不起。
I don't have time anymore. All right. Okay.
No. What? It's the Taiwan Education Association. What they wanted to bring out. Who is that? Here. Okay, you have the floor.
Sorry, Mr. I'm from Awakening Foundation. May I speak now?
Here, sorry.
To your
we
left.
Agreed that those who came in the first round, when I called them up, and I remember those because I was awake then, you will get a chance at the very end, okay? So I'm still on the Taiwan Education Association. Would they like to speak now on that issue? Where? Oh, please, you have the floor.
Good morning. So at this meeting, we focus on the people with disabilities' right to education. Many of you just said that after the lift, the martial law, Taiwan has made tremendous progress in environmental, economic, and the rights of the indigenous peoples and people with different sexual orientations. However, people with disabilities and their issues have been overlooked. Especially now the focus is still on their medical needs, but disabilities can be an issue in the education setting because the environment sometimes may aggravate the disabilities. That is the so-called social model. In Taiwan, we still try to provide social welfare instead of protecting the rights of people with disabilities. In other words, our society is not prepared to provide inclusive education and the changes it may give rise to. People with disabilities in the current educational system are not fully supported. For example, the criteria for identifying disability may not work to their advantage. Teachers, students do not have sufficient awareness and understanding of disabilities. That is why we only try to provide integrated education, but there is no inclusive education yet.
Thank you very much, and also for the written contributions that the committee got on that issue, which on the social covenant under Article 13 is a very important thing. We all know that there is a special treaty on disabilities, and but the Committee on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights began with disability questions long before the Committee on People with Disabilities was adopted in the 2000s. Now, next I have the Association of World Citizens, Taiwan.
Hi. Mr. Chair, I'm here. Can you hear me?
The Taiwan Mothers Shield Alliance was
Here.
for me. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Taiwan Mothers, 这里。好，好，
还没发言的先把麦克风关掉，谢谢。
好，我这边是台湾全国。
Hi, this is Taiwan Mothers Shield Alliance. This is our first speech. So our focus is on Article 23 of ICCPR, and not only this one, but some other conventions have said that the family is a basic unit of society and should be protected by our society and country, and it should be also assisted. In 2019, the Control Yuan, after 2 years in investigation, generated a report and asking the Executive Yuan to ask ministries to value the value of family and to rectify shortcomings and to create comprehensive mechanism. And the family-related policies are scattered around in many different laws and regulations, as this table shows that there is a Ministry of Health and Welfare, there is a lifelong education division, there are local government agencies, and the Family and Social Affairs Administration under the Ministry of Health and Welfare is another agency that covers family-related policies. All in all, policies are so scattered around, so we should learn from Singapore or Korea that there should be a central dedicated agency that establish family-related policies, that allocate budget so that the needs of the family can be fulfilled. Second, I think family labor should be counted as a workforce, especially for parents with children from 2 to 6 years old should be supported. The current policy really encourage parents to go out to work, and the children can be cared for by other caretakers, but that may not be the best policy. And the parents who choose to stay at home with their children sometimes are stigmatized because they are thought to be excluded from the workforce in the society. So I think this should be part of the quality education too. The division of the labor and the family should respect gender equality. Thank you.
And I still think that the Association of World Citizens, who I first gave the floor, they should just give it. And after that, there is one other very brief intervention from the National Human Rights Commission. So, please.
Here's the Association of World Citizens.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Janice. I think it's good to establish the National Human Rights Commission, but how the commission works remains unclear. So according to the Paris Principles, the responsibility of the National Human Rights Authority include receiving, investigating, and resolving human rights violation cases, which means that the NHRC, they should receive individual complaint and, of course, investigate or to urge the relevant authority to resolve these cases. But we would like to note that the method of the investigation by the National Human Rights Commission, we observed that a recent case, a complaint regarding tax abuse of National Taxation Bureau and Enforcement Agency was treated by the Commission by simply asking the comment of the accused executive branch and then using the reply, the comment of the NTB as the conclusion, and reply to the people that this complaint was not accepted. So I would like to ask that, does this violate the principle and also the independence of the commission? Thank you.
Thank you for your concise remarks. And I now come to the Taiwan before I come to the Taiwan Association for Financial Criminal Law Study, I give the floor to the National Human Rights Commission for one short intervention. You have the floor.
OK， 如果前面没有，我这边是财经。
Well, if no one is going to speak up, I will speak on behalf of the Taiwan Association for Financial Criminal Law Study.
Human Rights Commission works out who is going to raise that question. So, Taiwan Association for Financial Criminal Law Study, please, you have the floor.
OK， no， OK， 委员好，
Good morning. Right now, regarding the two covenants, there's no mechanism to facilitate dialogue between the government and the general public. Also, there's no clear procedures or timeline for government to address human rights violation cases. Let's take Taiji Men case, for example. In 1996, Taiji Men masters and students were arrested, detained for 26 years. Tens of thousands of them have been deprived of liberty, reputation, property. And in 2007, the court of the third instance ruled in favor of Taiji Men, and all the defendants received compensation for the suffering they underwent. In fact, the Control Yuan also investigated this case and suggested corrections of the relevant agencies. In 2002, 2005, 2009, 2011, measures have been taken by the Control Yuan to ask for rectification of the case. However, the prosecutor who first arrested the Taiji Men people was never punished. Even now, our land was still appropriated by the government and put out for auction. So I have a letter I would like to show you. This is the truth about the Taijimen case. We have incorporated the two covenants into our domestic laws, but the remedies are not yet in place that are in line with the requirements of the two covenants. So we look forward to your investigation into this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for the very succinct contribution you make, and also for the written explanation. It was one of the documents.
So may I deliver the document?
Which the group on the ICCPR will clearly look at. Thank you very much. And I asked that the National Human Rights Commission give one additional point which they would like to raise.
关于赋税人权的部分，因为监
Well, I think the Control Yuan and the National Human Rights Commission are parallel institutions. The Control Yuan has investigated this case. The Control Yuan, of course, is the government body that oversees the actions and behaviors of the executive branch. Therefore, we respect the investigations of the Control Yuan. The Commission will not step in to interfere. Thank you.
For this additional point, and now I have the Taiwan Association for Human Rights. You have the floor, please.
台全会是一个
We are a comprehensive human rights promotion organization. We would like to focus on the forced labor of foreign fishers, as well as the rights of foreign inmates in custody in Taiwan. We noted that the state report and the action taken by the government are not in keeping with the international human rights governance requirements. So I think there's still a huge gap there. But the state report says that it's already in compliance. That is not correct. For example, the government in the state report says that the non-refoulement principle has been followed, but that is not the case. Also, on fishermen's issues, the government is not protecting the rights of fishers, especially foreign migrant fishers on Taiwanese vessels, should be better protected. There's still a lot of forced eviction cases from time to time. But again, the state report says otherwise. I think there's some misunderstanding. The government has not fulfilled its obligation to prevent any forced evictions from happening. As for informal settlement, there's no proper protection either. Thank you.
The succinct summary of what your written contributions, which we have read with great interest, like all the other contributions from the NGOs. Next is the Covenant Watch. And before I give you the floor, I'd just like to say your report, the way you have done it, is just best practice. It is really wonderful, and it shows how careful, and you put yourself in our position and thought, what should we as a committee do with your recommendation, with your issue, particularly focusing on possible recommendations. That doesn't mean that we're going to take them up, but it gives a clear idea what you think should go in the thing, and also to encourage what you and Amnesty International, who are the next speaker after, have already done, to get so-called shadow or alternative reports of many NGOs together, and then makes the dialogue much more succinct if it is concentrated, and if they work together, and it makes it more clear what are the key issues that the committee should definitely talk about. Okay, Covenant Watch, you now have the floor, please.
You're making me cry. So, thank you for your very kind words. EB representing Covenant Watch. Regarding the performance of the NHRC, we propose to the review committee to advise the National Human Rights Commission to invite international experts to conduct an accreditation process that resembles that happening in the SCA under GONRI, to really assess whether the organization and performance of its functions really go in line with the Paris Principles. That's our first piece of suggestion. And I also want to point out one major limiting factor that is cross-cutting to the realization of human rights in all departments in the government. That is the insufficiency of transparency and participation. And we also hold that to achieve true democracy for all, especially for the marginalized groups, government is obligated to assess the human rights impact of all policies and laws. So what you have said about the transparency and participation in the paragraphs 20 and 21 in the concluding observations of the first review back in 2013 still holds today. So we urge the committee to reiterate and to elaborate the importance of these principles in your new concluding observations, and also urge the government to come up with a human rights impact assessment, not only for the government, but also for enterprises in large-scale development projects, and also in order to mitigate the bad effects of their project. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. And once again, thanks for the excellent report. Like the last time and the first time, you've been with us from the beginning. Next is Amnesty International. You have the floor. And what I said about Covenant Watch goes for you equally.
Thank you. Eileen Chu, Executive Director of Amnesty International Taiwan. Thank you for your kind words, Chair. And it is the first time Amnesty submitted a shadow report and taken part in the full review process on the implementation of ICCPR and ICCR in Taiwan. Amnesty International recognized the government's efforts in hosting the review, and we're hoping through the review that the government of Taiwan will show more commitment and have more positive impact on human rights. In our submission, Amnesty International emphasized human rights concerns relating to the COVID-19 pandemic, especially on some discriminate measures on migrant workers and the accessibility of vaccines for undocumented migrants and refugees. The death penalty issues still without any further progress. No protection mechanism for refugees and asylum seekers. Also on the right to privacy, in particular the application of facial recognition technology and the use of digital identification. The right to freedom of express, especially regarding measures on handling misinformation and the use of less lethal weapons in the policing of assembly and parade, and the case of Sunflower Movement. The equal rights for the couple of transnational same-sex marriage and adoption, and the reproductive rights for same-sex couples in Taiwan, and the rights of indigenous people, especially the lack of enforced consent on some mining project or some big developing projects, and their rights for hunting. We'd love to have more discussion with government officials and the committee members during the review. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Next, the Taiwan Alliance to End the Death Penalty by an observer. I decided that that the three observers should also get a chance, and then the ones that were left out this morning who want to speak. So, the Taiwan Alliance to End the Death Penalty. You have the floor.
谢谢. Thank you very much. First of all, I have a question. I have a question for the organization. In this session, I think an NHRC and the legislators should be here too. But it seems that the legislators are not present in this session, right? If they're not here, I wonder why. So I want to ask the organizer. Second, I want to thank all of the committee members.
I can answer that question immediately. It comes later because we are with the government departments for the following 2.5 days.
Yes. 秘书处发言，那个立法院那边部分我们有全部都发邀请，那目前我们还没有收到任何的报名资讯。
他说，
就是他们自己不来的意思，就有发邀请，但他们不来。
Sorry, we, with the Secretariat, we sent the invitation to all the legislators, but we received no.
I continue with the Taiwan Alliance. Is there another point
Please use the microphone.
像我们接下来会有蛮多的时间可以讨论死刑。
I think later on we will have more time to discuss a death penalty, but I'm glad to hear some of you already start the discussions on death penalty and also hear something from NHRC on their opinions about death penalty. I think people tend to say that there's no consensus in the society, but as a member of the society, we're seeing the consensus is building up in our society. The opinion surveys and so on. In fact, we have our own surveys that show that people in the society are changing their opinions about death penalty if you ask the right questions. So I think we will see how determined the government will be. And of course, NHRC is proposing some of the recommendations to the President Tsai Ing-wen, but regrettably, we don't see any legislators here at this session because the legislators are the people who have the right to make the law, to change the law. And hopefully in the following sessions, we'll be able to have more discussions with Ministry of Justice and Judicial Yuan. I would like to end my speaking here. Thank you very much.
Before we go into the end of death penalty question, could we just give the two remaining on the list, Human Rights Network for Tibet and Taiwan and Eden Social Welfare Foundation, and there was someone I left out right at the very beginning because they weren't there. Who wanted to speak? Who is that? Awakening
Taiwan
Foundation.
Association of Gender Sexuality Rights.
So I'll take those three. I will take the Human Rights for Tibet, Taiwan, Eden Social Welfare Foundation, and Awakening Freedom, and then we'll discuss finally. Are the number two is also here?
Number two, yeah.
Okay, so I'll take those four, and then we'll spend 10 minutes on the death penalty. Okay, and that'll end this morning. We have until 12:30, but I think we arranged to have another quarter of an hour. Okay, so I give the floor to Human Rights Network for Tibet and Taiwan, please. Oh, they don't wish to speak. Fine. Then the Eden Social Welfare Foundation. So presumably they just wanted to observe. Okay. Then the Awakening Foundation, please.
Chair, dear members of the committee, I'm from Awakening Foundation. We are a women movement organization in Taiwan. We pay attention to gender policies. We also monitor the policies. Gender policies may cover education, employment, and over these.
Not having a presentation of what the organization does. Just get.
然后我接下来要把
us to deal with in the concluding observation.
是，我正要看。
Yes, I'm getting there. I'm not able to talk about a lot of gender policies. So in the time I have right now, I want to focus on different women groups in Taiwan and the most severe human rights issue for them. And the group is female caretaker in the family. In Taiwan, there are about 260,000 migrant workers in Taiwan. 99% are women. Since 1992, when Taiwan allows migrant workers to come to Taiwan, these migrant workers are not protected by any labor laws. So they work overtime. And they're caretakers, so they work in the family, and many of them are sexually harassed or even sexually assaulted, but we don't know the actual figures. They have very few holidays. This is because the more than 200,000 families in Taiwan which require long-term care. Well, in fact, in Taiwan, there are about 700,000 people with disabilities or require long-term care are forced to use migrant caretakers. So this is because national long-term care is not good enough, it's not convenient, it's too costly and so on, so that families with long-term care need have to hire migrant workers. But they are not able to fulfill their obligations as employers to allow the caretakers to have proper holidays, sufficient rest, and they are not protected by the 8-hour working hours in the Labor Standard Act. So they are underpaid, they overworked. We think among all the gender issues in Taiwan, this is one of the most serious issues. In the past 3 decades, the Taiwanese government is not able to resolve this issue. We hope that committee members can help raise concern or raise awareness on this issue. Thank you very much.
This one is the Taiwan Association of Gender, Sexuality and Rights Protection.
Thank you. There are some problems in the implementation of gender equality education. One of the problems is about freedom of opinions and expressions. Teachers with different opinions or viewpoints are accused to be violating the Gender Equality Education Act. Several university professors have been victimized. The Gender Equality Education Committee seems to have certain ideologies, and those who disagree with them are suppressed and not allowed to express their opinions. I think the Ministry of Education might have violated Article 19 of the ICCPR. We suggest the Gender Equality Education Committee should include professionals with different backgrounds, and the committee should respect different religions or opinions. The government should set up those to deal with discrimination of religions or opinions. And all policies should keep open for discussions. The government should ensure that people are free to express their opinions without fear. If the school disagrees with the result of the investigation, there should be a way to appeal to. And finally, the rights of the Gender Equality Education Committee should be limited, and there should be a mechanism to supervise the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And now for the last 10 minutes, we come back to the issue of the death penalty. You have the floor.
是谢谢啊。那 NGO 团。
Thank you. This is NHRC. We have one issue. I will be very concise. So I want to talk about digital violence and online gender-based violence. It includes things like spreading sexual and intimate pictures and images, or sent out deep fake sexual or intimate images. Because of the advancements of digital technologies, digital gender-based violence is happening. It harms people's physical and psychological health. The Executive Yuan included as an issue to follow in the 2022 and 2025 program. It is listed as one of the 8 major human rights issues in the National Human Rights Action Plan. And there have been meetings to discuss the forms and the definition of digital gender-based violence. But when it comes to online sexual harassment, agencies in the government have different opinions. They have different ways of acknowledging what is considered to be online gender-based violence. If there are such disparities, then the ways of dealing with this violence are really unclear. So I think the government needs to refer to the intention of the 2 covenants and other human rights instruments to review the laws and regulations in Taiwan. And digital gender-based violence changes every day. So maybe there isn't one piece of legislation that can cover all the possibilities. So the revision of the law, the amendment, is very important. So the Prevention Act for stalking is there, and deep fake images or other acts that prevent sexual harassment are amended, and we commend this revision, but there is insufficiency. And I think NGOs also propose some changes to the current laws. And our concern is that when it comes to intimate images, I think it's really important to take down such images, because in the current law, there isn't a complete requirement to take down the intimate image immediately. So we think there should be a regulation that asks the service providers to take down such images immediately. And if these images are hosted in international or in other countries, then there should be a way to take down the images in order to protect the victims. Second, there are new forms of digital gender-based violence. For example, AI or other deepfake technologies are used to create fake images. But in order to protect the privacy, there should be new amendment or new laws to protect the victims or to support the systems. Other than that, the government should develop more professionals and in conducting investigation through technologies, because gender-based violence changes every single day. It requires the most advanced technology to investigate. The government should also strengthen human rights education among people. I think that's the most basic standard, and to help law enforcement staff to understand human rights better. Finally, currently, the prevention of digital gender-based violence is again scattered around, and we don't have sufficient data and statistical numbers, but we do need to have such stats so that we know the occurrence, the prevalence of digital gender-based violence, and then to come up with proper measures. We also think that it is necessary to create a convenient complaint system that people can trust.
主席好，我这边有。
So I have a question.
You have a question. You get the. I just like to say for the committee, this is the digital violence is a relatively new thing. Maybe this is an issue, a thematic issue for the National Human Rights Commission to make a special report bringing all the points that you have made, and before you write it, get all the information from the NGOs and put it in as well, and have as much PANTA as possible. Could I just explain for those who don't know? PANTA is participation, whoops, where are we? Accountability, non-discrimination, transparency, human dignity, empowerment, very important, and lastly, redress of grievances. What will actually be done? And this morning we got quite a number of contributions that were asking, yeah, it's fine to have it on in writing and or in plans and in strategies, but what actually, what kind of redress are we given? Like the case that we had nearly at the last time. So now, there were some issues on the death penalty that people wanted to say. Who was that? That's not the case. Then,
yes.
Oh, yes, there it is.
Yes.
I'll take Manfred first.
Okay.
Manfred Novak, because he is the United Nations expert on that issue, and then I'll come back to you.
Mm-hmm. I start, and also Professor Shepard would like to say something. I listened very carefully to you, and also that you are kind of endorsing the argument of the government that we need first to have a national consensus in order to go further in the abolition of capital punishment. You will never have a national consensus on that. If we would have followed that in all the other countries, we would have the death penalty everywhere. So there is also, and there are other issues. We have just heard about the gender equity education. There are different opinions. That's in every democratic society. You have different opinions. But it's the responsibility of the government and the National Human Rights Commission to implement international human rights standards. I think that is more important, and not hiding behind opinion polls, etc. I think the time has come to take action. There were two issues where the government used this. That one was the criminalization of adultery. They also always told us, yes, the majority still wants adultery to be criminalized. And the second one is the death penalty. I think the time has come to really solve these issues. But I pass on to Bill Shepard, please.
Okay, thank you very much. And that leads to your question.
Okay, 谢谢.
Thank you, Chair.
Bill, you have the floor, briefly.
Hello? Yes. It's okay. Yeah, it's working, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, I too listened with great interest to the many interventions on the subject of the death penalty. There have been some important developments in the last, in recent years that I think need to be taken into account and highlighted in the debate as well. The first is something that I remark, I'm always studying the statistics and the numbers on the death penalty. In Taiwan, in the last 5 years, by my counting, there have been 2 executions. And in the previous 5 years, there were 24 executions. So I think from 24 to 2 is a very significant change. Some said there's been no progress or no change on the death penalty, but this is clearly a very significant change in the practice. There are other important developments on the legal front. We've had references to the General Comment number 36 of the Human Rights Committee, which is an extremely important legal development. But there's a part of that that hasn't, I think, been adequately highlighted in the presentations, and that is the reference to Article 6, Paragraph 6 of the Covenant, which is the law, and which calls upon states to encourage the abolition of the death penalty. This is a legal obligation. It's not simply a statement of wishes. And finally, there have been some important scientific developments. So I'm aware of 2 studies that have been produced in the last 3 years, I think, by scholars in Taiwan in association with scholars from Oxford University, one of them on public opinion, which has taken a much more nuanced appreciation of the question of public opinion, and I think dispels the tendency to exaggerate the support in public opinion for capital punishment. And the second is one on the opinions of legislators in Taiwan, showing that a majority of legislators in Taiwan are in favor of the abolition of the death penalty. And this, too, is a reflection of public opinion. So what can we conclude from this? It's said that there's no consensus. And just for the sake of argument, and with respect, great respect for what Manfred Novak had said a few minutes ago, suppose we accept the idea that it's desirable to reach a consensus. Why, logically then, should the death penalty continue while this consensus is being sought? If there's no consensus, why shouldn't the position be that there should be a moratorium on the death penalty until a consensus is reached? It's very clear the direction of travel. It's very clear not just within Taiwan in terms of what the scientific studies show us, the changes in public opinion, the changes in practice, but they're absolutely consistent with the global pattern. The global pattern. So I think that at the very least, should not the National Commission be calling for an immediate moratorium, an official moratorium, which can be imposed by the president, an official moratorium on the death penalty until such time as consensus is achieved and the political determination is made to abolish the death penalty in law as well as in practice. Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to clarify the information that Mr. Schabach said.
Okay, you have the floor.
刚才谈到的那个
So you talk about the survey of legislators. 113 legislators were 38 were surveyed. Among the 38 legislators, 60% of them are in favor of supporting abolishing the death penalty. So that is not true that most legislators in Taiwan support the abolition. So it seems that if there are alternatives to the death penalty, I'm sure many legislators would like to support the abolition of the death penalty. So I don't want you to be misinformed.
Much for this additional point, but there was another on the issue. I think you now have the floor, and thank you for having waited so patiently.
谢谢。
Thank you, Chair. On Taiwan government's current practice in human rights protection and the NGOs from the NGOs' perspective, government officials' awareness and knowledge of human rights protection are not adequate. For example, Article 18 of ICCPR, freedom of expression, it's a very broad idea. But in Taiwan, the Ministry of the Interior may have different interpretations. For example, Taijimen is not a registered religious organization. As a result, the government, based on its understanding, suppressed the freedom of Taijimen members. However, all the evidence concerning Taijimen's case shows that our group, our organization, in our religious belief, personal freedom, please speak to the microphone. In terms of personal religious freedom, spiritual belief, we are not respected in this regard by the government. So my question is, how can we enable government officials to raise their awareness and knowledge of human rights? Because it's been 10 years, we have seen no progress in their level of understanding of human rights. So what can we do? How can we stay abreast of the international trends? Can I say something? Maybe I can respond. I also speak on behalf of a religious group. Can I say something? On this case, when we sought remedies from the presidential office to the Control Yuan, we wondered why no legislator showed up here today. In Tai Ji-men's case, more than 300 legislators spoke on our behalf. However, none of that was binding on the government. The executive branch, still stuck with what they wanted to do. They nationalized our organization's land. This is a violation of our freedom of expression. Why don't we see any legislators here? Can I respond? Can I say something?
But your point has already been made earlier by another NGO.
Okay, thank you.
So, but thank you very much for your contribution. Is
3 minutes.
Anybody else who wishes to urge me? Then I give the floor to Shanti. Yes, please, because I didn't give it to the committee members because we wanted as much input from them. But now, since we're nearly at the end, please, you raise your voice.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be brief. I really felt I had to say this, and I'm very sorry I'm taking the time. This is to do with the protection of a very basic and fundamental right, which is the right to life. And I am coming back to the death penalty. I am disturbed by the discussion around the need for consensus, because in protecting a very basic and fundamental right, it is the responsibility of the government to protect that right regardless of what public opinion is. And I just want to very briefly give you the example of Malaysia when it came to domestic violence. 1994, we adopted a Domestic Violence Act against public opinion. People did not want it. They said, not in Malaysia, not in an Asian country. We are family-oriented. This is a family matter. You're splitting the family. But they did it. Not only was there no consensus in Malaysia at that time on domestic violence, there was no consensus within the Asian countries. We were one of the first countries to pass that law because the government was persuaded that women had to be protected from violence. It was a gross violation of their right, the right to personal safety, to dignity, and to be free from cruel and degrading treatment. And they said, this is fundamental, and we have to do this.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there any other person who would? Okay, you have the floor. Very briefly.
Okay, 谢谢。关于
I think the Tai Ji-men case is proposed by a group that is also a religious group, so I would like to respond to that. The government has very weak human rights understanding for religions. This is a long-term problem. This is a long-term struggle, but no one is helping. This is because of the Chinese culture in the society. So we need to change that culture. We call to the government, especially the legislators who are not here today. We call to that religion should be on equal position with the country. There should be a religion act. There should be a fundamental religion act that is a superseding act Then, following that, there could be other laws and regulations, and we will ask the help from the review committee member for this. Thank you very much.
30 seconds for Jesus, and I look at my watch.
Regarding death, maintain death penalty, but we have moratorium. So for more than 10 years, there was no execution for those who were sentenced death penalty. So I think this is the maybe transitional measure that you can employ. Thank you.
In our previous concluding observation, 2007, we dealt with that issue, and when the date for the execution was set, and I remember Manfred making very strong plea for what Jesus just said, and maybe we'll have to repeat that, you know, as an interim measure. Okay. Well, folks, we come to the end. If I take a resume, which I won't, because then we would be here in half an hour, I think we've had a brainstorming session. It was very useful, I think. I would like to thank, in particular, the NGOs for their enormous input, and I know how difficult it is to find the time to do it. And I also like to thank, for the first time, we had the National Human Rights Commission here, and it was just excellent, the input that you gave to the committee. And we want to regularize that and to see how that can best be done, and we'll discuss that as this week goes on. And I look forward to another meeting with you on Friday. Okay, thank you. With that, I close the meeting. A human right to food is now called upon. Bye.
Yeah, let's give all the members of the review committee another big round of applause. Thank you so much. And thank you all for your participation. And with that, we end this morning's session. 那我们今天上午的这个审查会议就到这边哦。下午场与政府机关的审查会议是2点，下午2点正式开始哦。下午2点呢是与政府机关的审查会议。那么在场外呢备有餐盒，请各位贵宾自行取用，谢谢。Thank you once again, and that's it for this morning's session. And when we come back at 2 o'clock this afternoon, it will be the meeting with the representatives of the ROC Taiwan government agencies. Thank you so much. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. We have meal boxes ready outside. Please help yourselves. Thank you.
They cannot give any help in the personal case. Like the custodian, they cannot handle the case already court-decided. So we cannot go to the human rights court. We cannot go to the UN. So this is a very low level. Okay. We will rest that open.
两公约第3次国家报告国际审查会议第1。
In 3 minutes, Cluster 1, joint public meeting with government representatives to review some of the core document pieces and concluding observations will begin. Please turn your cell phone to silence mode or vibration mode. Thank you very much. We'll start in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please use the exit at the back and on your left. Please do not cross the room in the front of the conference room. Thank you very much.
两公约第3次国家报告国际审查会议第。
Cluster 1, joint public meeting with government representatives to review core documents and concluding observations 9/11 to 23, 25 to 30, and 78. This is the beginning of this cluster. Please use proper pace when you speak in order to facilitate interpretation. Thank you very much.
Who weren't here this afternoon, we're very pleased to engage in dialogue with you to get your views and to give committee members a chance to ask additional questions, not just the ones that are mentioned here, but also those that are not on it, but where the committee feels that some answers are needed. The interesting thing is that as from tomorrow, we behave almost like the treaty bodies in Geneva, in 2 separate groups and things like that. And existing duplications of two committees, because the 2 covenants have certain overlapping issues, we will deal with that as a committee very carefully. But in the discussion here, it is really quite unique this afternoon. And it's one of the reasons why we all agreed to come here. Namely, to have the two oldest, the most senior, and in our view, most important treaty bodies dealing with the economic, social, and cultural rights and civil and political rights on an equal footing ever since the Vienna World Conference of 1993. The mantra of human rights is there, that all rights are interrelated, interdependent, and indivisible, which means they don't stand on their own, but they're interrelated. And in the practice of the last 60 or 70 years, it had been in Geneva that the committees all too often took on a separate life. And we are showing them and the whole world that these two covenants flowing from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, where it was all together, that they should be brought together again. And the treaty body reform process is already trying very hard to try and bring with the ultimate vision of having one unified treaty body for all the 9 specialized treaties, plus the Universal Bill of Rights, as we call it, Universal Declaration as the roof, and the 2 covenants spelling out the details underneath. And the specialized treaties just picking out 1 or 2 issues that are already in the other covenants. So that is so interesting for us. And to have an exchange with government departments today, with both committee experiences here, and I will see to it that both sides will get sufficient time. But remember, when you make your contribution, try to be as succinct as possible. Time flies, and the role of a chair is very unfortunate. I can tell you, it's almost a breach of human rights. I can't speak, except right at the beginning, and I leave it to you. And on a general score, we try to have it in such a way that an equal number of time is given to both sides, so that we get sufficient input. Okay? If you agreed with that, and I see that you do, let me begin, and perhaps giving you the chair to make a very, very succinct and short opening statement, and then the committee members will ask questions. And the amount of time the committee members spend on questions, you will get exactly the same time as well to answer. Okay, would you like to start? Please, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much to all the members of the International Review Committee. This is the 3rd International Review. We would like to thank all of you for taking time out of your busy schedule, and especially due to the pandemic. We have all the agencies here who are assigned to respond to particular paragraphs. And I think the meeting was scheduled to be organized last March, but due to the pandemic, it has been postponed. We know that there is always room for improvement. We'll continue to work harder in protecting human rights, and agency representatives will follow instruction to be succinct. So we will supplement our written statements with a verbal explanation, and we may send extra information after the meeting if necessary. Thank you.
It's very kind of you, and you psyched me out. That's exactly what I would propose that we do. Okay. And so we begin with cluster 1, to review the core document and the concluding observations, both of civil and political rights and the Economic, Social and Cultural Rights Covenant. Okay. Who would like to start from the committee? I see Manfred, yes. Manfred Novak.
Thank you very much. Also, it's very good to to be here again and to see you and to discuss with you the third periodic report. And yeah, we are very grateful for the great care that you took to respond to our concluding observations, but also to drafting the third report and then even 2 times responding to our list of issues. Now, I'm starting with the human rights treaties that you have accepted or not accepted, and they have certain questions. So that is in the in the core document. It is page 36, where you listen. Where you list the different treaties. And then we had a concluding observation. And this is point 11, where we commended that the government of Taiwan is very open to really ratify all core United Nations human rights treaties. But then we said it would be great if you would also ratify and accept in the domestic legal system the Convention Against Torture with its optional protocol, the Convention on Migrant Workers, and the Convention on Enforced Disappearances.
And the optional protocol to the social covenant.
That's not written in this recommendation. And the answer is, it starts with the Convention Against Torture. See note 57 of the third national report. Now, if you go to this to note 57, then it only deals with the draft Enforcement Act of the optional protocol. But any information on the Convention Against Torture is missing. Now, if I look at the chart at the end of the core document, I think that is, at the end you have this chart. And again, if you look at the Convention Against Torture and the optional protocol, you have this same reference to note 57. But as I said, this does not cover the Convention Against Torture. So I am taking it that you have not taken any action to accept the Convention Against Torture in your domestic legal system. And my first question to you is why? Because we felt it is very closely related to the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. It spells out in more detail what are specific obligations that states have in relation to torture, to make it a crime, to prevent, etc. Then you give a long explanation on the Convention on Migrant Workers, and I leave that to my colleagues from the Economic, Social and Cultural Rights Committee. But then we come to the Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. And I read, because this is very, very surprising to me, as Taiwan is not a member state of the United Nations, it is unable to complete the storage procedures for the ratification of international conventions after signing them. And then, in addition, the procedures specified in the Conclusions of Treaties Act require fewer administrative procedures and diplomatic resources. So kind of, I simply don't understand, because that applies to all human rights treaties of the United Nations. And I mean, it's the clear governmental policy that you want to commit yourself to integrate all the 9 core treaties into the domestic law. So why are you all of a sudden, with the Convention on Enforced Disappearance, making an exception by saying, yeah, but we are not a member of the United Nations, and that's why it's difficult to ratify? It simply, to me, doesn't make sense, but perhaps there is another kind of rationale behind you saying that, but I would be happy to hear that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that was such a big and important question. I give the floor directly to you. Yeah. Okay.
警政署是不是先回应？
From National Police Agency, do you want to respond to Kat first?
Well, on the Convention Against Torture, good afternoon. Since the first review of the state report, we began to include the Convention Against Torture into domestic law. In 2002, in 2020, we already sent a draft to the Parliament. Right now, it's gone through the first reading. 3 subcommittees at the Parliament are reading it. Last year, some legislators and some political party members talked with us because they had some concerns about the provisions in the proposed draft. They asked us why we proposed the draft in that way. We also expressed why we think it's important to formulate this draft. In the end, the legislators agreed with us that the draft implementation act seems to be right. So I think we now have a very good beginning to facilitate the passage of the draft implementation act at the Parliament. In addition, even though before the draft is passed, however, the Ministry of the Interior has organized a number of seminars to seek advice from NGOs, scholars, and experts. Education activities are also being conducted. In the future, we would like to accelerate the formal domestic incorporation of the Convention Against Torture as soon as possible. How about the CED? How about the Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance? I'm sorry, may I say something? In Taiwan, in 1972, we left the United Nations. We have not been able to ratify UN treaties since then, but we have adopted 3 models. First one is the CEDAW model. We ratified the CEDAW, and we tried to deposit the treaty at the UN, but we were rejected. Therefore, since the 2 covenants in 2009, we began to adopt the second model, that is the Implementation Act model. The third model, as you said, that is the the Conclusion of Treaties Act. According to Article 11 of that act, if there's a need to ratify and deposit an international treaty, we can ask the president to ratify it directly. So that's the third model. As for the Convention Against Torture, we're going to adopt the second model, the Implementation Act. As for the other international treaties, we will adopt the third model. That is, we ratify it and have the president of our country, we have our president ratify the treaties directly. So for the CED or ICPPED, we are going to apply this third model. So we believe these are the efforts we have been making. We do intend to incorporate them into our domestic law.
Thank you very much. This is an issue, but a strictly legal international law point. And as an international lawyer, before I give the floor to my friend and colleague Bill, I would like to point out, just like you set us up an international committee, there is nothing to stop you from applying what is in the international treaty, which for formal reasons you cannot ratify, of making it a national law, like you've done with many other things. The issue is so important and so crucial and affects people so directly that perhaps it calls for that action. Do you want to come back on that?
Actually, we do not intend to obstruct the incorporation of such treaties in domestic laws. However, for international treaties that have been ratified and deposited at the UN, then of course they are part of our domestic laws. However, so far we have been rejected by the United Nations to deposit the treaty we have ratified. As a result, we cannot simply transfer or translate those international treaty provisions into our domestic law. That is why we have enacted the Implementation Act for the two covenants, or we can apply Article 11 of the Conclusion of Treaties Act. That is, the president can ratify and promulgate the international treaty as part of our domestic law.
Don't very often have an opportunity to ask that. In relation to the questions that were raised from here, it is in such an important issue that the Torture Convention at the UN level raises. There is nothing to stop you from passing a national law, not changing the criminal law and changing this, that, and the other, but taking over lock, stock, and barrel, and do it as your own Taiwanese torture convention. Isn't that an option? That's not depending on ratification. But I know why you say it, because it would be very, very good if the United Nations were to accept ratification of treaties that are not territory-oriented or status-oriented, but concern human beings at the same time. But we can't have a big debate about that now. But be prepared that the committee does something in the concluding observations on this issue. It's very important. Thank you. I have Professor Chavez. Bill, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, yes, on this same point about treaties, human rights treaties and ratification, I have an idea that I would just like to put out here. I don't expect an immediate response to it either, because I'm sure you'll find it to be somewhat original. Or perhaps it's something you've given thought to already. Aside from the UN, the package of human rights treaties within the United Nations system, that's okay, it doesn't bother me, no?
I'm bothered. Oh my God.
What do you mean it's okay?
I never knew my words were so powerful before.
You don't know earthquake?
Yeah. Okay, well, before we get the aftershock, let me finish my thought. There are some other treaties, international treaties, that concern human rights that may be in a way accessible to Taiwan. I'm thinking in particular of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, which is, although not part of the package of UN treaties, is nevertheless very closely related to the human rights treaty system. Taiwan would encounter the same difficulty it has with the UN treaties, because the Secretary General of the United Nations is the depository of the Rome Statute, and they would apply the clause about the all states clause, which is in the Rome Statute, and thereby exclude Taiwan. It's possible without being a member state to ratify the Rome Statute. Palestine has done this, but you would have to be an observer state, and that's obviously not likely to happen anytime soon. On the other hand, the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court also allows a state to make a declaration under Article 12, Paragraph 3, and thereby, in effect, convey upon its territory and its nationals the same jurisdictional situation as exists for a state party to the Rome Statute. There's no deposit involved of such a declaration. It's simply a notification that is sent to the International Criminal Court, and there's no procedure within the International Criminal Court for the validation of such a declaration. So it seems to me that it's at least theoretically possible for Taiwan to simply declare, in accordance with Article 12, Paragraph 3, that it accepts jurisdiction over its territory and over its nationals. I should point out that the current investigation by the court into Ukraine is done on the basis of such a declaration, because Ukraine is not a state party either. But there's no requirement that you be a state in the sense that the depository of UN treaties assesses a state. You just have to be a state according to the Montevideo criteria, and I think that Taiwan undoubtedly qualifies under those criteria.
Thank you, Bill, for giving the fourth option that is available. So perhaps the government could take care of that. Okay, next issues under this part. Who would like to take the floor from ask questions from the committee members? You? Here on the concluding observations in relation to the first cluster. Okay?
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your invitation for this third review. I would like to raise the issue of data collection, which is related to non-discrimination and equality. From the core document, which we call in the UN Common Core document, which is common to all treaty bodies. For example, I see in table 3 on life expectancy, I see that there is total, for total people, and then male and female. I wonder whether when you prepare this core document, whether there has been any consultation with all the relevant stakeholders regarding what kind of data needs to be collected and reported in the core document. Because I see when you present statistics on life expectancy, I would expect not only how long a male can live or female can live, but also disaggregated data depending on ethnicity. So what is the life expectancy for indigenous peoples, or for persons with disabilities, or urban-rural division, which is very important to find out the reality, how different groups of people in Taiwan lives how long, yeah? Likewise, in our previous concluding observations, we raised the issue of non-discrimination regarding indigenous peoples. And I see in table 6 of the core document, population of indigenous people by region. And then there is this 16 different indigenous groups. We pointed out in our previous concluding observations that Pingpu ethnic groups or indigenous groups should be treated as they identify themselves. But I don't see Pingfu included in table 6. So that was not reflected. Another thing that I would like to point out is regarding employment rate in tables 13, which I see male and female, and then different age group, 15 to 24 years, 24 to up to 44 years, 45, 64 years, and then after 65 and above. For women, how much percentage of women are working for different age groups, but you cannot lump together those all women in age bracket of 25 to 44, because obviously women, because of their maternity function, have very different economic participation rate. Yeah, so I hope to see, if you want to apply this gender equality criteria, I think this age cohort should be further divided, like from 15 to 19, and then from 20 to 24, 25 up to 29, 30, 34, 35, 40, because, you know, depending on what age you are, the function is very different. And that is actually in Asia one of the main reasons why women's participation rate drops at the time of marriage and childbirth, etc. So this table 13 on employment rate does not correctly represent or reflect the situation of women. So when you collect the basic data like expectancy, life expectancy, or indigenous groups, or economic participation rate, or many other issues, you need to consult with the relevant groups of the society, including experts, civil society, you know, all the relevant groups, so that the table or the data correctly reflect the real life situation of those populations. That is when you apply non-discrimination and equality principles into the data that you collect. So I think this issue needs to be discussed with the Office of Statistics or the those bodies that prepare this common document, so that it can correctly reflect the situation. And urban rural situation is really very important, because throughout the whole world there is regional disparities, you know, that the conditions of life, or whether people enjoy adequate standard of living differs very much depending on where you live and which group you belong to. as defined in the society. So my very simple, direct question is, has there been any consultation and discussion about what kind of data should be collected, desegregated by what criteria, and on what matters? So that would be my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesus. I encourage my fellow committee members to be briefer, but I will give the government as much time as they need on this question as well. And it raises, of course, in the background the questions about indicators and benchmarks. But since it's not in the report, since it's not in the list of issues, it's not something that we need to deal at great length here. But maybe you have views on what Ms. Shin raised in relation to data. Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Ministry of Interior, do you want to respond to data on expected life? Okay, this is Ministry of Interior, MOI. On life expectancy and data collection, well, when we collect data, we refer to international experience and local situation. And in 2006, the statistical agency also agreed this is the way we're going to collect data. And we collect data once a year. We collect mortality data and standardize mortality based on age. And finally, we'll come up with life expectancy data. As for indigenous data, every year we compile life expectancy for indigenous peoples. As healthcare improves, people's living standard improves, people pay more attention to have a healthier life. Because out of these, we see life expectancy has become longer and longer among general population and indigenous population. Okay, on non-discrimination, equality, and Pingpu people, Council of Indigenous People, do you want to respond? Okay, when it comes to statistical data, we don't have registration data other than the 16 peoples. And in the Japanese colonial rule time, there was manual registration for extra information. But after the Kuomintang came to Taiwan, that special or extra information was no longer part of the registration. So it is difficult to have the data. Okay, this Department of Gender Equality under Executive Yuan here. Do you also want to respond to this question? Okay, regarding the question raised, data regarding gender. For example, you ask about whether there are more detailed age groups for women participation in workforce, and in Ministry of Labor or in statistical and agency in the government. We do separate them by gender, by age, and by ethnic groups. And you asked about whether there are 15 to 90 or 20 to 24 and so on, the different age buckets. Well, Department of Gender Equality continue to collect data, and we issue data like this, which is in my hand. This is the gender landscape. It indicates different age groups and different gender and their participation, like from the employment is 8% between 15 to 19, and we also have more detailed information for different age groups. And for women who are between 32 to 34, their employment rate drops to 8.7. And we will be happy to submit this information to you after the meeting. Thank you. Okay, next question about urban and rural disparity. Anyone? Or on employment?
As an answer, there is one small point I want to make on data. The committee is not just interested in data. They are meaningless if you have a full list of data. If we cannot see by looking at that list, how has that changed the situation for the people on the ground? For the better, sometimes for national catastrophes or war or whatnot, they have gone down. Then we would like you in your reports to explain why there has been an increase or why there has been a decrease. Just to say there has been an increase is also meaningless. So the data we need for that, so that we can judge, is the percentage increase or the percentage decrease, and what are the reasons for it. That's the reason why we talk about data. Not that because we're interested in the data themselves. That's academic. That's not human rights monitoring. Okay? Thanks. You have the floor.
On employment, I think we have National Development Council. They issue reports on employment and national development. They also analyze the big data, which is a trending approach in Taiwan. So we'll continue to improve our data collection, collecting data, analyze big data, and use the data to support our policies. That's my general explanation. You ask about some details. Maybe after the meeting, we can submit the information on, for example, disparity between urban and rural areas. There is disparity on education, disparity on human rights. So again, big data is currently used to analyze how we can improve human rights in different regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I might just, on a procedural thing for this afternoon, make a suggestion. That is, if you find that there's an issue that you briefly want to discuss with your colleagues, you can ask for a 2-minute break, and then you can discuss it with them, so that you don't have to answer on the spot. And if that answer can't be given today, you can say, well, we'll give that to you tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. Okay? So, you want to take the floor again? Yes, please.
30 seconds.
Yeah. No, you can speak.
No, because the thrust of my question is, in order to collect the best data, has there been any consultation with the relevant group of people regarding how to improve? That was also one point of my question,
Okay, thank you.
Well, this data is provided by various ministries and agencies, and as far as I know, yes, some consult with stakeholders like indigenous communities, but we are not very sure about that. If you want to know what specific data has been consulted with the specific groups while being collected, let me know. I think basically, yes, that should be the approach, but I'm just not sure. And when you also, when all the representatives speak, please let us know who you are. So tell us your name and your organization so that all the committee members know who you are. Thank you very much.
I have someone from my heart side who wants to speak. Who? Luca, would you like to speak, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to go back into the follow-up on the issues of indigenous peoples again. I've been following the indigenous peoples issue in Taiwan for like 20 years now, and it seems like there's so much have been done, but still not enough. And I started to think just right now, there's probably communications challenge here, where the government has been really trying to do their best, but from the indigenous people's perspective, there is no different. There is the differences. There's the gap of expectations. Yeah, so there's a gap of expectations, and the existence of the Council of Indigenous Peoples, I think it needs to be strengthened to bridge this dialogue. And I think the over regulations is also very, that also become a problem, because I see here, like you say, 283 regulations to touch upon the rights of indigenous people. That's too many, and sometimes that makes us actually confused. And we are not moving anywhere when it's like over regulations, like too much regulations. So I think from our experience from Indonesia, because we already have like over-regulated on indigenous people, some of the law is talking about our head, some talking about our hand, the other one talking about our heart, the other one talking about our feet. We are not going anywhere. We are even being like, as a human body, we are being even like put and chopped into different parts, and we are becoming more disintegrated. So the National Commission, and this is one of the ideas that National Commission can actually do, is they can conduct what we call national inquiry on the status of indigenous peoples. That's also one of the idea where indigenous peoples and governments and commissions and ministers can come together and really discuss what do we need, what are the things that we really need to do, because at some point, sometimes we still undermine the crisis because we don't take care of our indigenous peoples. But later, some of the countries, they try to amend, they try to go back, but they cannot. So I think while we are still have the very strong presence of indigenous peoples and their contribution in this country, it is very important to already take on these issues and see indigenous peoples from the perspective of contributions. It is not just cost. Yeah, so I think that's, and in my experience, once we deal with indigenous people's rights in the beginning, the rest, the development is guarantee success. I think that's some of the experience that I want to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Who would like to speak next? Maybe ask a question from the ICCPR group? No? Then you're all clear. From the ICESCR? Since that is not the case, don't be worried. We have so much material that the government has provided. Also, thank you for always on time under such big stress and constraints that you have kept the deadline for us, enabling us to study it very carefully. And now is the time for in the initial round to look at it. And if you have anything that you want to address beyond what you already put in your replies to our first list of issues and to the second, if there are any new points that you wish to add. Is that the case?
机关有没有要补充
？Anything from any government agency? No? Anyone from any agency? No, nothing for now. Thank you.
But rest assured that the committee will take into consideration your points, the government report itself. We will, in that context, also look very carefully in the concluding observations that we had, what is now fashionably called follow-up. We will bring in each section of the concluding observations, we will look at follow-up questions. We decided that we wouldn't do it separately, because then we would spend all the time on 2017 and forget about the modern development. But the committee members are aware of that and will sometimes ask you on the previous recommendations to see what has really changed since then, for the better or for worse. Yeah? Okay. And in the end, we will take into account all those written documents, but also all the written documents and the oral statements this morning of the civil society organizations. That's really important. But even if for instance, NGOs make very cogent remarks, they should not be disappointed if not a specific recommendation is then in the end taken up, because we have to decide on our own, in our responsibility, to discover which are the issues that we think are most important that the government should address in future. Okay, any other points on this? Yep, please.
Can I just ask a question of really information for because I don't know, in relation to issues relating to Indigenous peoples, the identification and recognition of traditional lands and territories by the Council of Indigenous Peoples. Can you just tell me who are the members of the Council of Indigenous Peoples? Because I couldn't find that information anywhere. Is that a council made up of representatives of Indigenous peoples? Or is it government officials? Or is it a mix of both?
And if I may add a question, a footnote to the question for Rosalind. How do you deal with the participation aspect in relation to that issue? Do you involve them when you are thinking about it to put it in legislation or in orders or in programs or in strategies? Do you involve them also at the decision-making process? Of course, the decision ultimately is taken by the government, but do they have the right to be heard, and are closely involved in the development that the government is taking before they come down with a decision? And then the question of implementation, how and what measures of implementations you foresee in the light of what NGO representatives and in particular the National Human Rights Commission says to that. I would be very happy if you could answer the question of Rosalind and my little footnote.
请严明慧先。
So I would like to ask the Council of Indigenous People to provide some explanation. Okay, I speak on behalf of the CIP. In response to the questions, first, the composition of the Council. There are 16 people's representatives on this council. Government officials or civil servants, yes, they have to pass the national exam in order to serve as civil servants. Now on the council, about 60% of them have indigenous background. Of course, we welcome people of other backgrounds to join us on the council, but we do encourage the council to have more members from indigenous background. Now, as for participation, whether indigenous peoples have been consulted, the Indigenous Peoples Basic Right Act was passed in 2005, and that act has incorporated most of the provisions of the international conventions on indigenous people's rights. And then in 2006, we have a promotion committee to oversee the implementation of the Basic Act for indigenous people. Data shows that 90% of the required legal amendments or new legislations have been completed. And part of the requirements has to do with the consultation, including ecological protection, research activities on indigenous people's land. Such action must be agreed upon by indigenous peoples. Also, in 2016, we have very clear regulations to govern the activities government takes on indigenous people's land. That is the consultation measures. And so far, in 70 cases, the government has consulted indigenous peoples. So 70 to 80% of those cases, we saw the participation of indigenous peoples in the consultation process. For example, the sharing of employment opportunities or any development proceeds. So we have laws and regulations to govern these issues. Also, Article 22 of the Indigenous Peoples Basic Law, there's so-called co-management of natural resources. Forestry, for example, we have the joint management method in place. So many government agencies in charge of such natural resources already have a mechanism to work with indigenous peoples. Usually, representatives from indigenous peoples will be consulted if a development project is going to begin or a policy is being drafted. In other words, consensus is sought first before some management activities have to take place. Therefore, in terms of the legal protection of the rights of indigenous peoples, we have some regulations that are still under writing. We're going to work harder going forward.
Please, go ahead.
Unless I didn't hear correctly, I don't think I quite got an answer to my question. So maybe I'll ask it again. How many people are on the Council of Indigenous Peoples? How many members does it have? Is it just 16? Is it 16 people? Do the Indigenous community, recognised Indigenous communities, do they nominate their own people to the council, or who appoints them? Are they government appointees on the nomination of the Indigenous communities, or are they government officials, some of whom, 60% I think you said, have Indigenous backgrounds? But are they government officials, or are they representatives of the Indigenous peoples' communities?
Okay, thank you for the question. We have over 200 staff members. As for representatives from the 16 peoples, the indigenous peoples nominate their own representatives. Therefore, there will be the indigenous peoples' community meetings held before a representative is chosen. So right now, we have about 160 members at the council who have passed national civil servants exam. So the CIP is a government agency. Under the Executive Yuan, there is an Indigenous People Promotion Committee where members are appointed and invited by the Premier Su. So the committee serves as an advisory committee for the Executive Yuan. In fact, we do have a representative from the indigenous people serving as leaders of the council and the committee. So consultation, the answer is yes. We are keen to seek advice, consultation with indigenous peoples. Let me give you one example.
Last month, an indigenous person in Western Taiwan said that back in 1945, when the Japanese military retreated, it seems that they left some gold in an indigenous community. So for any people who want to dig the potential gold mine, they have to ask for the permission of the indigenous community which resided over there. So that shows that communication is necessary when some actions are involved with indigenous land, right? And in August 2016, the president, on behalf of the government, apologized to the indigenous people, and a transitional community for the indigenous people was created. I think in the committee, there were many representatives from indigenous peoples, including the Pingpu people. They had a meeting every 3 months, and all the indigenous peoples decided what they want to discuss in each of the meeting. They had such a meeting at the presidential office every 3 months, and every discussion case is considered to be a project, and the transitional committee for indigenous people is help processing many of the cases of injustice suffered by the indigenous people. There has been some progress. For example, a nuclear waste storage compensation committee was created with $2.5 billion in compensation, and a concrete company abused some of the indigenous land. So the consultations were conducted The consultation took all 4 years. So at the transitional committee, there have been many issues that are being discussed, and this committee continues to work.
Thank you.
So there's the Indigenous Peoples Council, and then there's another national body, as I understand it, if you've just said, which is the Transitional Committee that meets with the presidential office on a regular basis. Is that, and that transitional committee is made up of representatives from all of the Indigenous communities, including the Pingpu. Is that, have I understood that correctly?
Yes, yes. And the chair of that meeting is the president. The convener of that meeting is the president.
Level body with which the president, and the Executive Yuan engage with Indigenous peoples across the nation.
Yes, yes, there are representatives from all the indigenous peoples. There have been 10 meetings or so far, and the president was there every single time as the chair.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We have banks of time, so we can really... At the moment, we're trying to have additional questions to what we already exchanged with the government departments. But maybe there are some issues concerning our work that you wished to raise that we might briefly discuss with you today that we haven't addressed and which would structure the work and looking at the future. Well, if that is at the moment not the case, what I suggest, it is now 3:05. We have until 5. So I suggest we make a half an hour coffee break. During that time, you, the government departments, can decide what issues they would like to discuss with us, apart from the timetable that we've set here, because it's a unique opportunity for you to have members from both covenants here. Okay. Yeah. This one? Okay, is there anybody else who would like to add something to the discussion points we have having at the moment? No, that's not the case. Then,
I'm a victim. I would like to say something. I'm a victim. I want to say something. Can I be granted the opportunity to speak? I am from the Danhai New Township.
The floor yet, because we had the NGO meeting this morning. I am prepared to give you another 2 minutes, because the NGOs, we have them on all days, we have them, and we each time a full hour. But this is primarily on government, the government and our. But of course, I give you the floor to ask your question. Okay.
Okay, thank you. International human rights organizations pay a lot of attention to the legal aspect in Taiwan, and I am a victim. In the Danhai New Township area since 1988, that area was zoned to be a development zone. And this morning, I met Madame Chen Ju, the president of the Control Yuan. I said to her that the martial law was lifted, but the area in our neighborhood was not protected as law stipulated. The government has never complied with the laws. On what grounds did the government take our land away to develop the new township in Danhai? 33 years ago, I had 6 brothers. We had to live there. It was impossible to evict our parents. We couldn't expand the construction of our house. How can you not call this forced eviction? And there was no public infrastructure. I think we're the victims.
You have made a very succinct written presentation to us, which we have in the NGO documentation for us. We will take that into account. But of course, perhaps the government would like to take the opportunity to say a sentence or two on this very specific case? Or after the coffee break?
我是内政部次长哈。
I am the Deputy Minister of Ministry of Interior. I would like to respond to this gentleman's question. I'm not sure where your house used to be. I'm not sure about the precise location. So forcible eviction means that the country uses its power to remove people. And in Taiwan, when there is development project, as long as people need residence, there is always special arrangement for them. But for this gentleman, maybe I would like to ask for some of the details from you after the meeting, so that maybe we can help address your predicament.
Much indeed. I must say that I'm impressed by the succinctness and the outspokenness that we have here, and we encourage that. I think this is now a very good moment. It's 3:10. We'll meet at 20 to 4. We meet, then we have just over an hour to continue in this. And if not, then the committee would go into a private session and prepare more on what happens tomorrow morning. But we'll go for a coffee break there, but certainly not later than 3:20. 3:40 we meet again. Okay, thank you. I ask you to. Wie heißt das nochmal? Ich unterbreche. I suspend the meeting. Okay, thank you. Off to the break.
My laptop is not fully charged.
Ja, es war so ein bisschen zurück. Ja, genau. Ja. Ja. Sehr unangenehm.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will begin soon. And please introduce your affiliation and your name before you speak. Simultaneous interpreting is provided throughout the sessions. When you speak, please keep a good pace for interpretation. Thank you very much.
Well, hello back. Thank you very much for being patient and for all coming back. You know, sometimes in international meetings, I find when you make a break, that was it. People just disappear and think, oh, fine, I can go shopping or something. And of course, we all would have loved to go shopping instead of no, it's just a joke. My wife would have said that. Now then, we discussed very briefly how to proceed. I think we have one outstanding question from what we did before the coffee break, and we will deal with that issue. It's a very important one, and for which the government can give its own view on it. And then, if there are no further questions, I would break the session for this afternoon, but not for long, because at 5:20 we have the meeting with the NGOs here. So the issue was that, and I just discussed it with the Deputy Minister, that tomorrow morning the government will send specialists to deal with it, and we shouldn't really be preempting the issue. So we use the time up in such a way that if we have half an hour or so, then the two groups of the committee will go into private session until 5:20 and then come back, okay? So I give the floor to Bill Chavez.
Working? Yes, thank you very much. Let me refer you to point 12 of the recommendations from 2017. We've already spoken about some of the issues that arise from this. It's about the implementation of the two covenants in national legislation. And the recommendation of the committee back in 2017 was that the covenants be deemed part of the Constitution of Taiwan, that they be given a constitutional position, which would mean, I presume, that they would prevail over any domestic legislation that is incompatible with that. And it seems clear that's not what has happened. And in the response, we have an explanation that refers to, it's entitled Legal Practices Based on the Two Covenants, and it explains how the two covenants have been cited on a number of occasions by domestic courts. But part of this remains unclear, I believe, because we're not really told in the report how the legislation incorporating the covenants actually works in practice, and what happens where there is a conflict between the covenant and the national legislation. We know that if the covenants have constitutional importance, they clearly prevail over the domestic legislation. If they're of ordinary legislation, which seems to be the case, they don't automatically prevail over domestic legislation, but you need to have some principle about how to resolve the conflict between the two pieces of legislation. This is not a problem that's unique to legislation incorporating an international human rights treaty. It's an ordinary problem that we encounter all the time when we have two pieces of conflicting legislation and we have rules. I don't know exactly how the rules apply in Taiwan, but they must be similar to rules in other countries where the subsequent legislation prevails over the earlier legislation, whether the special legislation prevails over the general legislation, and so on. So it would be very useful and helpful to know how that situation is addressed by the courts of Taiwan. And depending on the answer and the explanation, it might be very interesting to encourage judges to adopt a rule of interpretation whereby a certain predominance would be given to the legislation incorporating the covenants over the domestic law with which it has some degree of incompatibility. So that's one of the issues. I'm sure that somebody could write a doctoral thesis on the issue of the implementation of the legislation dealing with the covenant.
There are several on the way.
It's a problem that's been addressed in other domestic legal orders with different responses. So we don't have that information here, and I think it would be very helpful to know that, to get a picture of the real place that the two covenants have in the domestic legal order.
Okay. Thank you very much. I give you the floor to give an answer to that particular question.
The Judicial Yuan, would you like to say something? I speak on behalf of the Judicial Yuan. Thank you for the question. I think this is an issue that is close to our heart. What is the legal status of the two covenants? Are they part of the constitution of our country? Right now, we have the Implementation Act for the two covenants. So when it comes to judicial decisions, the judges has the right to apply the two covenants. Since 2016, when the Implementation Act came into being, for courts of different levels, there are cases where the two covenants have been cited and applied. So I would say the spirit of the two covenants has been recognized by judges in the court decisions at different levels. The Judicial Yuan right now on its website has one section devoted to cases where judges employ the two covenants in their decisions. So there's a list of such cases for researchers' reference. As for the Grand Justice's interpretations, there are a number of them. For example, number 392, there are over 10 Grand Justice interpretations where the two covenants have been cited. So again, on the Grand Justice section on the Judicial Yuan's website, you can find a list of these Grand Justice interpretations. In other words, we have been frequently applying the two covenants in court decisions. The Judicial Yuan also employs different notification letters to judges to remind them the spirit of the covenants must be respected. So even though the two covenants are covered by the Implementation Act as part of the domestic legal framework, but when it comes to human rights issues, more and more judges directly refer to the two covenants to define the scope of human rights in question, or judges use the two covenants to determine the violations of human rights based on the two covenants. So I think this is the situation in practice. Thank you for your attention. Maybe I can say a bit more. Indeed, as you just heard, international treaties versus domestic law, which should take precedence? I think this is an issue of debate. Unionism, dualism, there is a lot of debate among legal scholars. There's no conclusion yet. Also in Taiwan, we have organized a number of conferences where legal scholars exchanged views. Some believed that both are equal. Some believe the international treaty should take precedence. So right now, we do not have plans to incorporate the two covenants into our constitution, but we pay due respect to the two covenants. As for Article 10 of CRPD, Enforcement Act of the CRPD Implementation Act, if domestic law is in conflict with the CRPD provisions, then the CRPD takes precedence in its application. Basically, it says it takes precedence. It doesn't say that it must. So maybe this precedence should be given to covenants in all situations. So there's no clear provision as to which takes precedence, domestic law or the two covenants. Therefore, it has to be decided on a case-by-case basis. For example, for certain administrative measures, maybe it can be specified in the measure that the two treaties or the two covenants takes precedence. And in some cases, there will be due consideration given to whether there may be conflict between the covenants and domestic laws. And starting January this year, we have a constitutional court that will be the last resort to determine or to resolve the conflicts. So in any doubt, then the constitutional courts will help solve the issue. Thank you.
And I don't think we should spend more time on this particular issue because, as you explained, we are fully aware of the dimensions. Pierre, you had raised your hand earlier, and Manfred after that.
Yeah. Does it work? No? Now? Yeah. Oh, sorry. I just have a few questions in this respect concerning the application of the conventions by the domestic courts. My first question is, are the domestic courts going into these issues, looking into the conventions, depending that the issue has been raised by one or both of the parties, or can they take it up on their own motion in pending cases? Also, I have a question. I suppose that when judges are educated, or you're being educated for being a judge, human rights issues is part of the education. But after you have been appointed judge, are anything done to be sure that judges are or become aware of developments in case law and so on? Is there a sort of system where the authorities give information regularly about what is happening in in the case law concerning application of the convention. And what is done to secure that judges, when they perform the functions, have adequate access to the case law as it has developed? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And before I give the floor to Manfred, just a reminder, this is an area where the two covenants speak about this issue in different places. So therefore, while the ICCPR would raise it here, the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights will put it tomorrow morning. So it doesn't really matter, but I give the floor now to Manfred.
No, you should answer first.
Do you want to, would you like to answer first to that, yes, to those questions? Okay, please do.
Thank you again for this important question. In terms of judging different cases, does the judge have to wait for one of the parties to request for the application of the two covenants? No, that is not the case. Actually, the judge will exercise his judgment and discretion depending on how pertinent the two covenants are in this case. I have one example to share with you. Many years ago, in 2017, there's one judge in the decision identified inconsistencies, but he decided to apply the spirit of the two covenants, telling the defendant that, yes, you were found innocent in the court of first instance, but in the court of the second instance, you were found guilty. Yes, you have the right to apply the two covenants to file for appeal. So that's one example. Of course, before a judge is appointed, a lot of training has to take place, including on-the-job training after he has been appointed as a judge. Human rights education is part of it. We have commissioned the Judicial Academy to perform such training, and there are many other ad hoc training programs as well. Courts themselves also organize seminars on the two covenants to educate their personnel. In other words, judges have a wide range of sources to stay informed of the latest developments in the two covenants. Moreover, on the Judicial Yuan's website, there's one dedicated section to the two covenants where you can find decisions that are made based on the two covenants. And also, there's one section devoted to the Grand Justice's interpretations involving the two covenants. So judges can refer to such resources anytime so that they know what other cases have been before in applying the two covenants.
Thank you very much. Just a follow-up. And do they actually do it? The judges? You say they can do it, but do they do it?
是。
And do you have examples of that?
好的。回答主。At the Judicial Yuan's website, there's a list that lists all the verdicts that invoke the two covenants. There are many verdicts that apply the two covenants. Also, after the verdicts or the judgment are given, prosecutors, lawyers, or the defendants, if they feel that the case should use the two covenants, but they didn't, they should or they can petition for an appeal. And they can also ask for judicial interpretation to the Grand Justice. That's how the two covenants may be applied in practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Manfred, you have been waiting quite some time.
Thank you very much. And I have a few questions, but I put them one after the other so that we are getting into a conversation. You mentioned in response also to Bill's question, and it's also written in the document, there are quite many cases in which the judicial yuan was actually overruling domestic law and declaring this unconstitutional by referring to the covenant. So it's kind of having a status somewhere in between ordinary law and constitutional law. And in fact, I mean, afterwards, also we see in the replies from the government that's in the first list of issues, a topic that we had for a long time already advocated, to decriminalize adultery. And the government argued, no, we cannot do that because 73% of the population is in favor of keeping this as a crime. And then all of a sudden the Constitutional Court, then in the Constitutional Interpretation 791, decided, yes, it is unconstitutional. And I guess it has referred to Article 17 of the Covenant as we did. And then the Legislative Yuan passed a new legislation and it worked. So I think that's a good example, perhaps that can be followed with the death penalty because there's the same argument. But my question is then, if I go from 12 to 13, and we were very much concerned by the fact that the Supreme Administrative Court has ruled out the applicability of the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. And we strongly recommended that there should be an equality between the two covenants. And when I read the response of the government, I'm not really very clear and also not convinced. You say finally the applicability of the covenant before domestic courts has not been ruled out. Has there been any judicial interpretations by the Constitutional Court where it directly applied the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in order to overthrow a domestic law practice?
Very good question. And I think before I give you the floor, I'll ask Virginia Danan to add her question, which is closely related to what Manfred just said.
I think at this point, it's important. I'm sorry. At this point, thank you. At this point, I think this is a good time to remind ourselves about the reports that the government has been submitting to the two committees, not the two committees, but to respond to civil and political rights issues, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, to respond to economic, social, and cultural rights issues. We asked a number of, we requested and the government to respond to what we call our list of issues. If you will recall, there were two lists of issues. Why? Because there was this pandemic and we could not meet. So instead of meeting, we said we would write the list of issues because we wanted to honor the report that you worked so hard on. So we came out with a list of issues, the first list of issues. And then we sent a second. We agreed, the government and the committee, we agreed to come up and respond with a second list of issues. So now I'm holding in my hands 2 documents for economic, social, and cultural rights, and a counterpart on civil and political rights. Now, I would just like to say that perhaps to make it more like a flow of a narrative that follows up from a certain point, we should try and see how we can now incorporate this list of issues from the very important ones that we have been discussing, because these are very specific to what has already been reported by the government previously. So I wonder if you are aware of this list of issues. I'm holding up the list of issues concerning economic, social, and cultural rights, and I have a whole slew of follow-up questions on this, which is really the normal procedure, except that the pandemic stepped in and put the whole thing awry. So I hope that it will not come as a shock when we are going to begin asking questions about the replies on the second list of issues. Because you have what you have been saying, you already said in reply to the first list of issues. What we would like to focus on now is the second list of issues which you and us need to discuss to put a closure so we can have a really logical set of concluding observations. Otherwise, for all intents and purposes, these 2 documents seem to have vanished in thin air, and we're not talking about it at all, when in fact this should be the focus of our conversation for all the efforts that we have made. Your efforts and our efforts will come to a logical concluding observation following the second set of a list of issues. It's just a reminder. Thank you.
Thank you for this reminder, and I give the floor to the government.
Okay, the Supreme Administrative Court and its decision, I can ask a judge to respond to this question.
谢谢主席，我是
Hi, thank you. I am a judge from the division under the Legislative Yuan. I think you asked about the decision of the Supreme Administrative Court back in 2014. You asked about the intention of that decision. I think that decision, in fact, acknowledges the fact that the 2 covenants can protect human rights, and they have their effectiveness just as if domestic laws. In legal theory, well, in fact, in Taiwan, the administrative proceedings are in place to protect people's rights. I think it's very similar to Germany or Austria. So this decision, in fact, is to explore whether the elements of the 2 covenants are subjective rights people can exercise, or are these elements objective because this has to do with protectiveness. I think it simply wants to explore these elements. It does not rule out the application of ICESCR in domestic courts. That's my first point. My second point, the effect of this decision, in fact, is not set into the stone, because after 2019, there is a grand chamber system of the Supreme Administrative Court in order to ensure consistent application of the two covenants. So the past resolution or the past decisions are no longer absolutely binding. And in the future, the Grand Chamber may have their own discussions and their positions in applying the international covenants. I would like to add something. List of issues were mentioned. Yes, indeed. And in fact, this meeting was scheduled to be organized last March, and that's why we submitted the reports quite early on back in 2020, and we postponed the meeting for a year. So we're asking all of you to review the responses of the second LOI. And in fact, both of the LOIs have been sent to different ministries and agencies for the responses, and NGOs are aware of the fact that there are 2 LOIs and 2 responses.
Really important, but I think the issue that was raised and which the Judicial Yuan also, the judge also pointed out, it is an issue which is important as development, and as you said, there are different opinions amongst the legal community, not just in Taiwan, but in many countries. For instance, in Germany, we have some leading cases, which we call leading cases because the FCC, the Federal Constitutional Court, for the first time openly referred to economic, social, and cultural rights covenant and other covenants, but ultimately based its decision under constitutional provisions, but sort of used the covenant as an enforcement, as an argumentation strategy to make the reasoning more plausible when they changed their own opinions. So there are many different ways, but we are very interested to know the various modalities of implementation if they are brought to the attention of us, so that we can also make suggestions to you to be decided by the various government departments and the so-called mirror committees, where specialists from each ministries with the same content from their perspective come together and then make their conclusions on that. Okay.
But I was still in the middle of the discussion. I was still in the middle of the discussion.
Oh, please.
I just started, so I'm,
okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your response. But my question was, have there been any cases in which the Constitutional Court, like with the Covenant on Civil and Political Right, has actually issued a constitutional interpretation in relation to the Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights? Yeah. Are there any cases? Yes or no? Why is for this covenant the Grand Chamber system of the Supreme Administrative Court the top court and not the Constitutional Court? If you treat both covenants on an equal level, as the Vienna Declaration Program of Action has always said very clearly, there should be equality, indivisibility, interdependence of both sets of human rights. Why is there a different way of monitoring the implementation and compliance with the two covenants in the system? I simply don't yet understand. Can the Constitutional Court at all issue a similar judgment as with civil and political rights? And if so, is there any case that you could refer to?
Thank you for that very precise question on which we would really like to have an answer if you can give it to us. Would anyone like to? Of course, I can't force you to give an answer.
No, but we are entering now in a discussion.
Yes.
So.
Please, you have the floor. Could you just say who you speak for?
Good afternoon, Chair. So I speak on behalf of the Judicial Yuan. First of all, the Constitutional Court in Taiwan is quite young. It's born starting the beginning of this year. Therefore, the Constitutional Court has made few decisions yet. Before that, great justices would render interpretations as to the constitutional status of certain laws and regulations. So there used to be many grand justice interpretations that involve the application of the two covenants. As you said, in some cases is used strategically. It seems that in those judges, the application is probably mainly strategical. But the spirit of the two covenants is actually incorporated in our domestic law. So in terms of the court decisions, we believe the existing judicial system is capable of adjudicating disputes based on domestic law. And that is why judges do not need to refer to the international covenants to adjudicate those cases. But there's no denying that more and more judges tend to apply the two covenants in their reasoning or adjudication. I think that is a trend we have seen in the judicial system. As for the application of ICCPR vis-a-vis ICESCR, I will have to go back and gather more data before I can reply to you.
If you find an answer during this week, if we have it by Wednesday afternoon, then we can. It can still help us in case we come up with a concluding observation on that. Okay. The last one to speak is Hei Su-Chin, very briefly.
Yeah. I think the fact that you just explained is very important. The national court, the national judiciary, understands this ICCPR and ICSCR correctly and then apply in the national court, because Taiwan cannot use this international complaint system, international communications. Yeah? If the domestic court does not solve, the victims in other countries, if they ratify optional protocol, they can still file individual communications to the Human Rights Committee or Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. But Taiwan cannot do that. So for the Taiwanese people, it is very important that all the legal issues should be solved within domestic court. So it is very important that the judges, whether district, higher, and Supreme Court judges, understand this international covenant on civil and political, as well as economic, social, and cultural rights, so that the problem will be solved within Taiwan. I just want to emphasize the importance of judges' understanding and the application of these two covenants, as well as CEDAW, CRC, and CRPD, as you ratified.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. I was under the impression before we went into coffee break that we have exhausted it all, but you're all intelligent, and after you were refreshed by coffee, you came back full of ideas, which we should discuss, and we did. So we didn't go into private sessions. So thank you very much for these points that you've brought. If you have important afterthoughts, which should have been raised and haven't, we can sneak them in one of the sessions that follow tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So thank you very much, and because the NGOs are waiting for our meeting, let me just finish by one word of praise. I've just been given a list of people from the government departments here, and there are 50. In fact, there are 53. But 3 didn't come. So it's 53 that come. When I look at the practice of the human rights treaty bodies, I find the most that we get, if it's very rushed, is about 20. But that is usually only the very rich country that can afford to bring them here. But of the over 170 states that have ratified the 2 covenants, very many countries have great difficulties to send that. And their permanent representative in Geneva usually is an expert on 1 or 2 issues, but it cannot certainly answer the question. We then give them the time to ring back the government back home when it's in the middle of the night. And it's not the fact that we can talk, even under COVID conditions, with here today, with so many government representatives, is a unique example, which I'm sure all of us will bring back into the international law discussion and international relations discussion at the United Nations level and without, because the interstate level is also extremely important. Having said that, thank you for giving candid answers, and you can expect that most of the issues that were raised today will find its way into the concluding observations that we have here. And I also think the unique example which we have to learn, coming from 2 different human rights worlds, that it is just one world. And as Virginia Dandan said this morning, and again at the beginning today, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is the mantra for us, that all rights are interrelated and things like that. And now that so many countries have also ratified the optional protocol to the social covenant, as Manfred Novak pointed out, you should perhaps bring back into your government departments that the distinction that economic rights are costly, therefore we don't accept them. Civil and political rights don't cost anything, they just need to be implemented. That is quite wrong. And because the costs of sending policemen to a demonstration can be a lot higher than some of the issues under economic, social, and cultural rights. All human rights are costly, don't forget. But that's the price of the freedom that we try to protect. With that, thank you very much. We make a 2-minute break and then continue with the NGOs. Thank you once again for coming.
今日与政府机关之审查会议到此结束。明日上午的会议开始时间是早上8点30分。 公正公约第2场次在10楼1001会议室，经社文公约第2场次在8楼8001会议室，请出席人员准时与会。有关洗手间的部分，因为10楼的南侧为国际审查委员专属厕所，请勿使用。有使用需求者，请改至11楼使用。谢谢。
The committee. Hello, could I have the attention of the committee? Actually, I made a mistake. Could I, Shanti, can you just listen?
那请各机关各机关把你们那个国家报告的内容啊，还有清单的内容要带来了哈，好不好？各明天要来的同仁哈。
So we break now until 5:20 for the NGOs, and we will go into private session of the committee next door. We have gained an hour.
And therefore, I struck down this provision.
just want to say hi. Hello. How nice of you to attend. I remember you. We went to the chapter. We talked there. Remember? Excuse me. See you later. Where are you?
考验我们随机应变。看到我们的同学，刚跟他们经文语言讲2句，怎么给我讲那么久？不要这3天发明就好。对。
那个晚上我连前几天要去那个部分的哈，那因为他们主办的消化不是他们是要晒，然后不封我不行的话，不知道，应该描写的。市长今天手刚好查我们地下室的。对，所以都不要回去，这几天都不要。我们最安全的。我根本连饭都没得吃，因为我们都叫外卖。来，我们一起过来好了。
这一排到底是工作人员？
连开会的名称还讲错 ，Article 2是啥小，就是讲不出来。那个可能是某些具体对任务型的方面讲。我觉得我们是很紧张的状态，就是有些任务的状态之下，大家很容易的集结，但是我们如果不要一次承诺未来，尝试做的那种很对。
刚刚那边好。好，老师在这边。里面刘律师，后天刘律师，好，没事，反正。这个你要带这个。这个是要你带的。好。好啊，哎，那个分一下下没关系吧？可以。这是可以。这可以。3、2、1。谢谢。永南律师急得要命。对呀。他说历史系这一课，我就不好意思，不好意思哈。来。
第一场次会议即将于2分钟之后开始，请各位尽速就座，并且将手机转为静音，谢谢。
closer because we have a better atmosphere if you're close. Okay? Okay. But I can't see your names there anyway. So if you just start and make your contribution, give very slowly, not quickly, slowly your name and the institution, but no comments on the organization, because we know that from the written material, and then talk. Okay? Okay. So that I can address people obvious over there. I don't like doing that. I like to talk the name out of respect. Okay. Okay. Some people are missing. Okay. I'm using the time because we're already 5 minutes late, which I will add at the end because you need your time just as much as everybody else will. Let me continue to say how very important we consider this dialogue between you and us is going to be. We could not do our work properly without your input. As I said right at the beginning this morning, we really mean it. And yeah, well, one or two people are missing, never mind. We will just begin. I was approached this afternoon before we went into the break by Covenants Watch, and perhaps you could just briefly say why you would like to have 10 minutes that we start with that issue first before we go into the individual.
Yes, I asked the reviewers if before we begin the one-on-one session, we can have 10 minutes for us to respond to some mistakes in government's replies, or any information we can provide the reviewers to help them better understand the replies provided by the government representatives. In other words, we NGOs would respond to the government's replies first. So this is my suggestion. Maybe we can spend the first 10 minutes doing this.
If the interpreter could perhaps just briefly summarize that.
Well, I think she just said that she would like to suggest that we spend the first 10 minutes.
It's really good if we give you the 10 minutes because it is a reflection on what the government department said, which I think is very well. But that doesn't mean that everybody else has to do the same. I apologize a lot. This is what we call a senior moment. Okay, I now give the floor to Covenants Watch to start a reflection on what the government department said in response to our questions. Please.
谢谢主席，我是
Thank you. So I'm Shi Yixiang from the local human rights organization. In response to the government's reply that there's no forced eviction, and as long as there's monetary compensation, there's no such thing as forced eviction. I hope the Ministry of the Interior officials can go back to the general comment, number 7 of the covenant, because it's important for the government to consult stakeholders sincerely. But we have heard this morning that many people were not respected or consulted by the government. I think this definitely constitutes forced eviction according to the covenant. I don't think the government can interpret the covenant in the way they see fit. They thought they had completed the consultation process while overlooking the suffering the victims have to go through. I hope the Ministry of the Interior can reflect on this particular issue.
我这边代表藏台联。
Hi, on behalf of the Human Rights Network for Tibet and Taiwan, I would like to respond by saying that CIP says that the consultation regulation says there is a consultation process. It requires the consent of the indigenous people, but that regulation is not in compliance with FPIC. Because this regulation doesn't require consultation before development, and it also limits the items that require consultation. So when there are indigenous policies that are being considered, in many cases, the governments feel they do not have the obligation to consult with indigenous communities. Here are 2 examples. First of all, well, the government official says that there are 70 consultation cases, but if you see the list of the consultation, you'd be surprised because most of the cases show that indigenous people all agree to other cases. But in the Covenants Watch report, we have written some examples. And second, in the Beinan indigenous community in eastern Taiwan, indigenous people were forced to agree to the development project of the government. So the current consultation regulation does not meet FPIC, and it has to be improved. Also, I have my last point. In 2017, right after the second international review, the CIP, Council for Indigenous People, decided a delineation of traditional territory regulation. But that regulation totally twists the true meaning of traditional territory. We had submitted many opinions to the government, but they were all ignored by the government.
Could I just ask you to explain what you mean they were forced?
In the consultation regulation by CIP, well, it doesn't require any specific consultation process. It simply says that indigenous people should vote to show that whether they agree or not. But the voting process does not meet the consultation tradition. It uses household registration to limit who can vote or not. And if there are 5 members in the family, only 1 member can vote. It also limits the age of people who can vote. So if the household registration is used as a limitation to limit who can vote or not, the rights of the indigenous people are not fully protected, because it is very possible that indigenous people in that area in eastern Taiwan have their household registration elsewhere, but they live here. Yet, according to this regulation, they do not have the right to vote in the consultation process. Thank you.
Clarification. Is there anybody else on this particular set? Manfred?
This household
好，这个户籍要求户籍。
so that only one person per household has the right to vote is only applicable for the consultation process, not for the general elections, I hope. Yes. Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? That's not the case. Then we now follow the list of speakers. Thank you very much for that input. It was very, very good. Oh, there was somebody else that I usually overlook. Take a virtual kiss from me as an apology.
Hi. Yeah, because I'm at the edge and I'm small. Thank you very much. I just wanted to, is there any case where they are actually following or respecting the way of indigenous people's decision-making processes in terms of applying this free prior informed consent? I think if there is any cases, then it's good that we start from the good practice rather than just say this is not right, this is not correct, because we can provide. You already have these examples. Follow that trend. I think that's if there is any cases we can get, and then we can use that later in the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Oh, you want to add first? Sorry, I'll give you the floor in a minute. Hey, Sue.
This morning, when NGO person says that he was a victim for the new Taipei area development projects, yeah, and then responding to him, I think somebody from the Interior Ministry said that he wants to know the content of his victimization. So I wonder whether there was a meeting for this government official to find out the detail. So that's one question. Second question is regarding the indigenous people's participation, representation on decision-making body. Roslyn asked question regarding Council of Indigenous Peoples, and then the answer is very confusing, because the question was whether this Council of Indigenous Peoples include any real representative. And then the 16-person council says 60% of them have indigenous background, which is not what, the correct answer. So I would like to ask this question and be educated. Who makes the decision? Is it the Council of Indigenous Peoples, or is it Indigenous Peoples Promotion Committee of the Executive Yuan, which I understood as just an advisory body? And Transitional Committee is a separate one. It's a presidential one that they meet often about the past wrongdoings. So who makes the decision regarding all these development projects, the consultation, et cetera, So health, education, welfare, whatever important issues, housing, land, etc. Who makes the decision, and where, in what body, the representative of the indigenous peoples themselves can participate in the decision-making body? That would be my question.
Okay, explain.
Thank you. Very important. Could you please take that up in your response, but also raise your own point?
我先回应卢卡委员的。
Hi, I can respond to Ruka first. First of all, regrettably to say this, but CIP, in the scope of CIP's business, nothing is in compliance with FPIC. That's very regrettable. And the Forestry Administration has been promoting to come up with some policies that can accommodate indigenous hunting and so on. And this is in line with FPIC because before they have policies, they approach the indigenous people to talk about indigenous hunting because currently indigenous hunting is very strictly limited. But such a consultation is very helpful for indigenous community. And the Forestry Administration also helped the grassroots indigenous groups to perform modern and scientific monitoring of the situation in the mountains or in the forest. And then they return the power to the grassroots group to perform all these tasks. And this grassroots group have to make an annual report back to the Fishery Administration. I think this is a very positive example of collaboration. However, this is a demonstration project. We're not sure if it's going to continue. If the administration changes after election, maybe this project will end. But currently, this autonomous hunting collaboration project is the best or the one that truly complies with FPIC. And as to who make the decision, I think my colleague can respond to that.
Before you do that, could I please ask all the speakers from now on to say precisely your name and who you speak for, but no comments about the role of your organization. Okay? Okay. Who are you speaking for?
不好意思，
Excuse me. Oh, I just say a few words in Bunong language to you. My name is Safong An. That's my indigenous name. I'm from the Bunong community. And here's my colleague. I'm here.
I have a list with 22 organizations who want to speak. And I need to know, and they have a certain order of a priority.
Okay.
Really, it's the ROC Association for HIV, AIDS, and Childcare. But since you follow up on the questions that came from the committee members, please go ahead.
我代表的是西藏台湾。
On behalf of the Human Rights Network for Tibet and Taiwan, and I am here for another NGO. Well, this indigenous committee, well, it has the term committee in its name, but it doesn't really represent indigenous community. For example, when government officials said that 60% of the people at the CIP have indigenous background, but in fact, these 60% people are in charge of administrative work. They are not necessarily decision makers. Plus, there are 16 representatives from 16 indigenous communities. Yet, they are not truly nominated by the 16 different peoples in Taiwan. So they are not really representative enough of all these 16 people. When it comes to education, culture, and gender issues, many of these issues are discussed in the Legislative Yuan. And CIP, Council of Indigenous Peoples, cannot really show the willingness or the thought of the indigenous people in Taiwan.
For the clarification, I will now proceed with the list as is before us. I will have first the Association of HIV, AIDS and Child Care. Sorry? Who?
Evie from Covenants Watch. I'd like to respond to the application of the two covenants and other conventions in court. Would that be all right? Okay, so I think the training of human rights professionals has not been able to catch up with the speed that the Taiwan government's domesticate conventions and the establishment of human rights mechanisms in our country. So the training of the judges regarding international human rights law is very limited, as these courses are not mandatory in neither law school nor in the on-the-job training in the Judges Academy. For example, when a judge decides whether a case involves discrimination, it's a bit arbitrary. And sometimes the judges will confuse different ideas. For example, according to the General Comment Number 5 in the ICSCR, the denial of reasonable accommodation would be considered a form of discrimination. But when a real case was brought up to a specific judge, he confused the idea of denial of reasonable accommodation with affirmative action. So that would be a very serious problem or an issue for a judge who is not able to understand the concept of important ideas to be included in conventions. So I have two suggestions to be included in your concluding observations. I believe that the answer shows that maybe the judges have confusion with two important ideas. One is the self-executing articles versus the justiciability. I believe Professor Ive will share a lot of that on May 14th. But I think it's very important that the committee resort to Article 15. To paragraph 15 of the CCPR General Comment 31, where it clearly explains the different approaches for a domestic court or a domestic government agency to resort to the application of the convention in a domestic context. So, yes.
Thank you for these very valuable points that you just made. But I must please ask you, otherwise I'll have to give up the chair, because I have really 22 groups that want to speak, and they must have a chance to speak now. So I will just follow it through, and if somebody doesn't take up a time, we can fill that space then by follow-up to what you've just said. Okay? So I give the floor to the Association of HIV, AIDS and Child Care. You have the floor.
Okay, I respond to COR 21 to 23. Gender equality policy has achieved great achievement in Taiwan. Under this achievement, some gender equity education issues deserve attention and discussion. First, the gender identity ideology perspective became dominant in gender equity education. In government official documents and school teaching materials, the sex definition of UN was expanded and shifted to the undefined term multi-sexist, and later became the synonym of LGBT. The context of women and men disappeared. Even Taiwan's forerunner in women's rights, Professor Yanling Gu, criticized gender mainstream is promoted under the state feminism, forbidden to use men and women, or biological sex has occurred already. Discussion of men and women issue or gender differences was treated as outdated in the early days, and then it is forbidden nowadays. When several college lecturers, including me, try to discuss gender differences from scientific fields or sociological fields, we were stigmatized as promoting sexual stereotype. Even I was threatened to lose my teaching opportunities. Second, Gender equality education is oblivious to intersectional discrimination. The LGBT voice of us homosexual and the transition people are silenced. Their life experience and rights are ignored. They too are labeled as transphobic or fake homosexuals. Third, the gender equity policy discussion and policy making process lack openness and transparency. We suggest the committee members should be openly selected and include different disciplinary scholars, allow free discussion of gender issues in the academic environment, tolerate different reasonable disagreements and arguments during the policy discussion and policy making process. That's all.
Thank you very much. Your time is up a minute ago. If you wish to make further points, apart from the ones that you already made in writing, I'm afraid I'll have to cut this out. Okay, thank you very much. Next is Taiwan Tongji LGBTQ+ Hotline Association. It's closely related, which is good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm from Taiwan Tongzi Hotline Association. I'm a social worker. On paragraph 16 of corporate social responsibility, well, we did a survey years ago. Some employees in the workforce, even though they are discriminated against based on their gender, 60% of them didn't pursue it. It seems that human rights or gender education is really in shortage. Also, we see from labor statistics that there isn't such a column that's called that is more diverse, because in the gender column, people still have to tick either male or female. So we need more diverse columns. And also on gender equality, many special education children, many special education schools, the teachers over there lack the understanding of different types of disabilities, because they may have hearing impairments, speaking impairment, and so on, and there is different level of severity. So gender education is not graded according to different groups of people. Second, population in Taiwan is aging. But there isn't enough training for people who care for aging LGBT community and its population. Another issue is violence in intimate relationships in same-sex couples. Only 11% of the victims would seek help from the police. The rest wouldn't dare to seek help. So we think there should be more gender education among police officers so that they can help these people. Thank you.
The committee to take that issue up. Okay, and please, for the following speakers, try not to give a long explanation of your position, but come as quickly as possible to what you think, why and how the committee should deal with it, okay? Because that's the purpose of this meeting this afternoon. And remember, all of the things, I know you very well from reading, because you all submitted very good writing. So next is on my list the Taiwan Association of Gender Sexuality Rights Protection. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to point out...
Sorry. Name and institution first.
Shirley Ting. Okay. I would like to point out the confusion of terminology in gender equality education. The government used the same Chinese term to indicate two quite different concepts. For example, 性别, it sometimes means sex and sometimes means gender. So it confused the people. And another term is equality and equity. It's all, they are all translated as 平等. So The CEDAW committee has also pointed out this problem. They pointed out there is inappropriate conceptual and practical use of the term sex and gender in Taiwan. And the IRC recommends the government to review all the documents and promote the correct and consistent understanding of the terms. However, the government responds to the problem by a list of translation where sex is completely excluded. The IRC also recommends the government to change the name of the legislation into Gender Equality Education Act. It was now named as Gender Equity Education Act. So the confusion of the terminology has caused many problems in education. So which suggests the government stop using the same term to mean two different concepts and try to clearly define the terminology in the laws. Thank you.
Thank you. And I might add, I, not being an expert in this particular area, I enjoyed reading your explanation in your written submission, okay? And remember, refer us to the written commission and make your concrete recommendation to us as always, as quickly as possible. Next is the Taiwan Parents Protect Women and Children Association. Ties in beautifully.
Hi, I am the Secretary General from Taiwan Parents Protect Women and Children Association. And in today's discussions, we talk about incorporating the conventions into Taiwanese law. And from the media, we can see that people respond very strongly to such a proposal. This is probably because of the local understanding of the conventions. I think it takes time to the people to understand. And to COR 22, I would like to point out the wrong example in gender equality education. There was a girl who was a brave girl, and one day, some people go to the school to teach gender spectrum, and this girl thought that, oh, she was a lesbian because she liked girls. But after a while, she understand that she was not a lesbian. She simply had that characteristics of being brave, which may be interpreted as masculine. So that's my point. Thank you. Hi, I'm from Taiwan Mothers Shield. I think the term 性别 was already mentioned. So I think sex can be translated as biological sex, and gender can be translated as social sex. And diverse gender or multiple gender are very confusing because we don't know what it means. Does it mean that there are multiple genders, multiple sexes, or does it mean that there are different gender expressions? So I think wrong terms make it very difficult for us to learn more about the different groups of different genders. If you wrap all these ideas together, it hinders our understanding. And the other thing is, when it comes to referendum, I think referendum is a initiative by the people. But in the past several years, there have been several referendum initiatives. It passed, but the government didn't really carry out the initiatives. So maybe you can include that in your recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the Taiwan Gender Equity Education Association. If you could kindly concentrate on what has not already been said.
Hello. 不好意思，我是第6位的台湾伴侣权益推。
My apologies. I represent the TAPCPR. I think you missed. I am number 6, Taiwan Alliance to promote civil partnership rights.
Yuan.
I am Xie Meng Zhao from TAPCPR. I would like to talk about the gender equality on campus. We know that according to the Gender Equality Education Act in 2004, no discrimination based on gender identity can be allowed. However, we don't see safe campus yet. For example, a rigid gender binary is still rampant on campus. For example, public toilets, dormitories. As a result, transgender students have a difficult time on campus. Sometimes they have to drop out of school. The same goes for student management. For example, the school authority would ask the student to identify their sex on their student card. And some rules also require, say, male students to wear short hair and female students to wear skirts. This is a deprivation of these students' personal liberty, and they are forced to be involuntarily outed. Thank you.
Next is the Taiwan Gender Equity Education Association, TGEEA. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. I am Han Yizhen, Secretary General of TGEEA. Here I am. So I would like to respond to point 21 of the concluding observations. Some people believe that the gender equality education focuses too much on sexual minority. However, the truth is, most teachers and students know so little about this topic. As a result, sexual minority students have a difficult time to study on campus. A lot of sexual minority students, actually a survey shows that 70% of them heard school teachers expressing homophobic statements. In addition, many teachers have never been taught about sexual equality during the development or education process. Not to mention, teachers willing to teach gender equality would face a lot of pressure from conservative groups. And the textbooks in Taiwan's middle school, most of them do not address the issue of sexual orientation. And some survey also shows that nearly 1/3 of sexual minority students have not been told anything about gay rights. And more than 1/4 of the respondents have been told negative information about gay issues. Conservative groups utilize the morning session in the middle school to convey some anti-gender equality messages. It seems that because of the pandemic, this is not happening, but we don't know what will happen after the pandemic. We have made recommendations in the parallel report. Thank you.
Oh, thanks for mentioning the word parallel report. I did not say yet how much we appreciated the parallel report, which also involves the idea that in future, NGOs in Taiwan who are so incredibly active should get more together and bring joint general remarks to the committee, you know, in so-called shadow or alternative reports. Thank you very much. Next, we have Awakening Foundation.
I am a recruiter from, I'm Zheng Zhaoyuan from Awakening Foundation. On point 19 and 20 in the concluding observations, on the draft Equality Act, I think it's important that there should be a body to look into potential violations of human rights and gender discrimination. But we worry if the proposed draft Equality Act may compete with the existing laws, such as Gender Equality Employment Act and the Gender Equity Education Act. We call on the government to make publicly available the content of the draft Equality Act, and stakeholders should be consulted too. We hope the future Equality Act should be as enforceable as the existing regulations under the Gender Equality Employment Act, etc. On point 23 in the concluding observations, we believe the Department of Gender Equality under the Executive Yuan is not fulfilling its function because it's not emphasized or valued by its supervisors. So I believe the Executive Yuan should provide a bigger budget for the department as well as more staffing. This morning, I talk about 260,000 domestic caregivers' rights protection. Our recommendation is the government should pass relevant laws to protect their rights. You should not leave employers to solve the issue with these employees. Thank you.
Of a big issue. Next is the Tax and Legal Reform League.
Okay. Hello, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Lynn from Tax and Legal Reform League. And in 2017, the committee recommended that the government should strengthen the domestic application of the covenant. However, the Ministry of Finance hasn't actively amended the law to comply with the spirit of human rights protection of the two covenants. For example, the interpretation letters issued in 1961, 1978, and 1979 violated the people's right to relief. According to the letter of interpretation, when people receive an unreasonable tax bill, while they're going through the remedy process, the IRS will reissue a new tax bill for review. However, even if the people don't accept this tax bill, and even if the people have won hundreds of times due to the petition or the administrative court's decision revoke only the newly issued tax bill from the relief process, but not the original tax bill, the wrongful tax bill will always exist. So this application of the unfairly interpretation letter lasted like more than 60 years, violates the principle of Article 2 of ICCPR effective relief. So we'd like to ask for your suggestions. And besides, while the committee calls for a focus on the fundamental value of transitional justice, the scope of application on the regulations of transformation justice in Taiwan is limited to cases that occurred during the period of martial law, which is August 15, 1945 to November 6, 1992. The human rights infringement cases outside of this period are not covered by the transformation justice. And the use of point in time to determine whether or not to carry out transformation justice is unfair and unjust. And it demonstrates that the government is not committed to implementing transformation justice. So we'd like to ask the committee members whether this law violates the spirit of concluding observations and recommendations adopted by the International Review Committee, point 17. Thank you
very much for being bang on in time. Next is the Association of World Citizens, Taiwan.
你好,
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm Oliver. This morning, we talk about Taiwan's concept of human rights. I think Taiwanese government has very weak awareness of human rights. When there's a dispute between people and the government, the administrative court is in charge of adjudicating such cases. That's why I think the administrative court must give precedence to the two covenants. In addition, the National Human Rights Commission must respect the investigations done by the Control Yuan. But the Control Yuan says that it cannot provide relief for people who lost a litigation in the administrative court. So people are left in a very dire situation when people's rights are violated by the government and verified, supported by the administrative court. There's no relief access for people. In fact, the tax authority in Taiwan very often infringes on people's rights, especially the proportionality principle is not respected. Some taxpayers' house, as a result, because of the mistake by the IRS, his house was auctioned. In a recent case, there's one person who owes 18,000 NT because of the ticketing, speeding tickets, but then his house, worthy 2.5 million NT, was auctioned by the local tax authorities. And there's another victim who suffered because of the mistake by the tax authorities.
All this you very kindly provided in writing. We will take it into account, and thank you for the work. But we have so many speakers, it would be most unfair to the ones near the end. Okay, thank you for your contribution. Next is the Buddhist Association for the Republic of China, ROC. Again, very brief.
Yes, on behalf of Buddhist Association of the Republic of China, I am Zhang Guimei. I used to be a Control Yuan member, so I'll be brief here. First of all, currently in Taiwan, there isn't a fundamental act for religion. It is really important to have such an act because all of the laws and regulations are scattered around, and they are the responsibilities of so many different ministries and agencies. So when it comes to religion, there isn't really a comprehensive and dedicated piece of legislation. But we do need that piece of legislation for religion. And there's a long history of religious development in Taiwan. It went back to the Japanese rule or millions of years ago. Mainly, much land acquisition for religious sites happened even earlier than our constitution. But the current law, in fact, doesn't respect.
Sorry to interrupt. Please make the recommendation. We don't want to hear what you've written.
So we need to refer to Article 18 of ICCPR, that is the freedom of a religion. We should limit the retrospective application of current law, and we can apply the modern land law to limit the use by religious groups. I think it violates Article 18 of ICCPR. Do I use all of my time? All right.
Very much. Also, thank you for your understanding.
Thank you.
Next is the Taiwan Association for Human Rights.
Thank you very much. I am the Secretary General of the Taiwan Association for Human Rights. My first question is on corporate human rights responsibility, because the Taiwanese government has announced corporate human rights action plan and fishery and human rights action plan, and both of them mention due diligence. So we implore that you, in your COR, should ask the Taiwanese government to include due diligence to regulate the businesses. And FPIC principle should follow, because currently it is not followed in Taiwan. Second, I want to talk about NHRC. In this morning, you had discussions with NHRC commissioners. NHRC has members who are commissioners and members of Control Yuan. There isn't a very clear line between these two different positions. So there should be some regulations that clearly define the role of NHRC. NHRC affairs are reported in Control Yuan meetings. Does it mean that all the NHRC decisions have to be approved by the Control Yuan? So we ask you to make a call to the Taiwanese government and Control Yuan that there should be a specific law to give the power to exercise its own independent power of NHRC, so that it does have the independence required by the Paris principles. Second, on the Convention of Migrant Workers, we don't even have an implementation act in Taiwan. In the past 9 years, the Ministry of Interior didn't even have any discussions with NGOs on this convention. So please include this in your COR. Thank you.
Important questions that you raised to the committee. We will duly take into account what you have done in writing. So, Environmental Rights Foundation are next.
Yes, hi. My name is Xing Shen, and I speak on behalf of the Environmental Rights Foundation. I'd like to bring to your attention the government's response to paragraph 16 of the COR and issue 3 in the first list of issues, both concerning business and human rights. First of all, the NIP on business and human rights released in 2020 is more or less an outline of what is already in place and does not provide specific steps of implementation nor timeline for completion of actions. Since its release, there has been no official consultation openly and broadly with civil society, and in particular with indigenous peoples and other vulnerable groups. Secondly, within the NAP and current legislative and administrative measures, there's obfuscation and confusion between businesses' obligation to respect human rights and the more traditional concept of corporate social responsibility. On top of that, whether or not and how to conduct human rights and environmental due diligence is left for businesses to decide for themselves. Hence, in practice, it is usually not done. All of the above has resulted in continued outrageous violations against the environment, the climate, and human rights by Taiwanese businesses and Taiwanese investments overseas, some of which the government is a shareholder. Denial of and barrier to access to remedy persists, often due to the lack of legislation and awareness. And in the interest of time, I'd like to quickly offer 3 suggestions moving forward. Firstly, the government should immediately commit to and take appropriate measures to enact HIEDD legislation with accountability measures as laid out in the UNGPs and the General Comment number 24. Secondly, involve and cooperate with the National Human Rights Commission and independent experts to educate and communicate human rights obligations in the business context, make clear its distinction with traditional CSR, and provide operational guidelines on due diligence. Thirdly, last one, please. With regards to the NAP itself, the government must immediately set up a multi-stakeholder monitoring group that is open and transparent and complies with the FPIC principles. And we will cooperate with the Taiwan Association of Human Rights on the matter of business and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from what I remember from reading it, this is not in the written contributions that you sent. If you could perhaps write it down in maximum 1 page and give it to any one of our committee, particularly on the economic, social, and cultural rights. Okay. So next we have Frau Femina Taiwan, and there's something wrong with the machine.
My name is Charles Lin. I'm from the Profemina Taiwan, which is the German-based NGO in Taiwan. And Taiwan's divorce rate was the 5th highest in the world in 2019. Over the past 20 years, the average divorce rate is 40%, with 1.13 million divorces, which is about 10% of the whole population. and the number of divorced population increased drastically from 0.86 million to 1.9 million, which is about 8% of the whole population. And about 1.26 million minors, which is about 5.5% of the whole population, experience parental divorce. Divorce is the key factor contributing to the rising poor, single-parent, and dysfunctional families, along with juvenile and social delinquencies. To date, about 40% of single-parent families are living on social welfare. More than 8 out of 10 divorces today are conducted through the mutual consent, which takes about 10 minutes to complete the registration procedure. However, the problem with mutual consent divorce is that there's no mechanism to ensure whether the rights and responsibilities of both parties are fair and equal, nor does it protect the more vulnerable party and the best interests of their children. Proposed measures: first, promote at least an 8-hour premarital orientation and training program to all before getting married, so that they can understand their related rights and obligations. Second, establish a pre-divorce buffer and support mechanism, such as a certain period of separation, counseling, and waiting period, especially for those with minor children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the Vietnam Migrant Workers Immigration Office.
Here.
I'm Meng Zhen. I'm here on behalf of our colleagues from Vietnam Migrant Worker Immigration Office. They cannot be here because of the pandemic. So they would like to bring to the reviewers' attention about the rights and interest of migrant workers who become disabled because of occupational accidents. Right now, the protection law for people with disabilities does not apply to migrant workers. Therefore, once they become disabled because of occupational accidents, these migrant workers are not eligible to receive benefits based on the protection law of the rights and interests of persons with disabilities. In addition, because they do not get a disability handbook issued by local government, they cannot receive some preferential prices if they want to go to cultural facilities. For example, one tried to enter the Palace Museum, but they were asked to show their deformed hand to prove that he is a person with these disabilities. That is discrimination. So we would like to see Taiwan government do more to help these migrant workers with these disabilities.
Next is the Taiwan International Medical Alliance.
委员，我同时代表。
So I speak on behalf of TIMA as well as another organization. I should have 4 minutes, but I'll try to be concise. And about NHRC's performance, we know clearly the National Human Rights Commission is not being reviewed this time. But because of the special situation Taiwan is in, and because of our constitutional design, the Control Yuan and the National Human Rights Commission do not need to report to the parliament. Therefore, there's no one to hold them accountable in Taiwan. Therefore, you, as a catalyst to give birth to the NHRC, we hope in this year's review meeting, or in your COR, you can devote some paragraphs to give advice to the NHRC. And our suggestions are as follows. We hope in your COR, you can help clarify the potential conflict of interest between NHRC members who are also the Control Yuan members. we know that when Control Yuan members exercise or fulfill their functions, that may come into interfere with how they perform their duties as NHRC members. So the NHRC's independence may be jeopardized. That's the first thing we would like to bring to your attention. Secondly, right now, the decisions made by the NHRC, including their name, their full name is NHRC under the Control Yuan. Does that mean they are fully independent as required by the Paris Principles? That's something to consider. In addition, for OPCAT, how we can incorporate them into Taiwan's law based on the draft implementation CAT, the NPM will be run by the NHRC. However, you see, the NHRC members are also the Control Yuan. Are they the right candidate to run the NPM? Can we expect them to be fully independent? So again, we bring to your attention, hoping that in the COR, you can give further instructions to the NHRC in this regard. Last but not least, we hope you can encourage the NHRC to emulate the model we are taking part in right now. That is, we can invite international experts to accreditate their work. For example, experts who have worked on the accreditation under Gary to provide advice to the NHRC.
I still have two more submissions, and we are over time already. I have to close this meeting in exactly at 6:35. So please bear with me. Covenant Watch. You have the floor. You've already done. Good. Then we have a topic aside. Yeah, sure. I know. I saw. But the double time that you have, please bear in mind that there is one other group speaking afterwards. We can't give the observers speaking, right, today, because there isn't a time. We definitely have to finish in 10 minutes. So please go ahead. Covenant Watch.
Covenant Watch too. So I've already given my comment.
Yeah, you've already made the commentary. Thank you very much. Next is the Research Center for the Department of Financial and Economic Law, National Chongqing University. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. So I am number 15, representing the Taiwan Education Association.
Had there.
不好意思，刚刚是不是有人
It was skipped. Yeah.
Sorry?
It's number 15.
Yes, they already had. I have a plus here. They have spoken. I missed it. Okay, then please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Chen Jianyu from Taiwan Education Association. I would respond to 184 paragraphs in core documents, and we hope you can pay attention to inclusive education for students with disabilities, because inclusive education is not really applied. For example, the level of impaired is the only indicator to determine the disability, and the actual needs for services and so on are not carefully evaluated, and such support is insufficient. And the normal school or a special experimental school are two different systems, but either way, inclusive education is not applied. Well, inclusive education is dropped to the normal school, but it's not truly inclusive. Currently, the Ministry of Education is devising the Special Education Act in Taiwan, but based on the amendment draft, nothing responds to the insufficiency that we see in parallel reports or in the replies to COR. So hopefully in your COR, you can you make the call to the government. Thank you.
And last but not least, we have the Research Center for the Department of Financial and Economic Law of the National Chongqing University. You have the floor.
I'm David Ling. I have 2 points to make. First, as Chair Chen of the NHRC said this morning, 60% of the complaints they received have to do with unfair justice. And our research also shows that people in their litigation against the government tend to lose in the end. And there's one recent article written by a government official who was in charge of the first international review meeting. He said in the article, before 2018, Taiwan's government officials did not pay a lot of attention to the two covenants, including the judicial system. Secondly, as other NGO pointed out, the NHRC is not in line with the Paris principles. So there's no sufficient protection for people's human rights. Many people do not have effective access to judicial relief. For example, our research has been helping the Taijimen organization. It seems that after the two international review meetings, their land is still forfeited by government in violation of the two covenants. So I hope in your COR, you can include such a case and give recommendations to Taiwan government so as to fulfill the Article 2 of ICCPR.
I now have Manfred Longwag, who wants to say something briefly.
Yeah, I'm sorry that we are at the end already, and I am very grateful for all the information that you provided. However, procedurally, I would like to suggest for tomorrow for the Committee on Civil and Political Rights a totally different procedure. I think the purpose is that we first discuss with the government particular issues, and tomorrow it's Articles 1 to 5, 26 and 27 in the first cluster. And I would like to ask the NGOs who are present during our discussion with the government to really be very attentive so that we afterwards have a discussion, not simply that you're reading out one statement after the other. Many of your statements had nothing to do with the issues that we discussed before. So that we then really can discuss the issues where you feel you disagree with the government or we need additional information in order to better understand what the government said. So it should be really a discussion that we have rather than one statement after the other. So we also don't need really this kind of lists or so, but really try to engage with us so that we then know to learn from you what we need for our concluding observations on these particular articles that we are discussing before. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think that's a very helpful steering idea. And secondly, I would like to repeat what I said at the beginning. We are mostly interested that you should bring in your presentations very briefly the facts we're talking about, because most of it has been brought all to our attention already in writing. So perhaps even draft concluding observations, what you think how we should formulate our concluding observations. On the facts that you know, give us concrete suggestions what we should do, okay? Having said that, we have just managed it with the 10 minutes extra that we agreed with you at the beginning of this session. Very great thanks to all of you. On behalf of the entire committee, I just second what Manfred Nowat has said. Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you all in the coming 2 days. The meeting is closed.
今日的会议到此结束。明日上午的会议开始时间是上午8点30分。公正。
Tomorrow, the second session or the second day will start at 8:30. ICCR session will be conducted on the 8th floor, and the ICCPR will be on the 10th floor.
Announcement. I just have to make an announcement for the committee members. Stay here for 1 second.
Oh, stay here for 1 second.
For the one group, and for those who are going back to the hotel, we will leave at 7 o'clock. For the others, we leave at 16:40, so you have to go down immediately. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow. So what shall we do?
Unless I get lost in Taipei by night.
Yeah, and if that is possible, we'll bring some smoking.
And I'm sorry again for spilling my coffee on you. I don't do this don't make a habit to do it.